It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, November 21st, 2016. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Hope you had a great weekend. It is a frigid Monday here in New York City. Wow, it's cold outside. Feels like winter is finally here, unfortunately. So I'm very happy to be indoors talking MMA with all of you. A very nice weekend, a very busy weekend in combat sports. I mean, it was wall-to-wall busy. Friday, Saturday, 12 straight hours of combat sports on Saturday. Started around like 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, ended at almost exactly 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning. No breaks, back-to-back. Friday, we had Invicta, their 20th event. Congratulations to them. Tanya Evinger loses. Saturday, we had the UFC in Belfast. Gegard Mousasi wins in the main event. We also had the UFC in Sao Paulo. Ryan Bader wins. And we had Bellator, Michael Chandler defeating Benson Henderson. We had Andre Ward defeating Kovalev in the boxing main event. T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, a very close one. Probably a rematch is in order. So much to discuss as it pertains to this weekend. A lot more to come this coming weekend, and we've got a loaded show for all of you. In fact, there's so much to discuss that first segment of today's show, there's a lot that I want to get off my chest. There's a lot I want to talk about. A lot that has happened over the last few days. So it's just going to be me talking to you, a little New York Rick as well. We'll also hear from him on the back end of the show. So let me run down today's all-star lineup, and then we'll get to some thoughts from this past week in mixed martial arts. Okay, what do we got? At around 4:10, we're going to be joined by the KFC King himself, Mark Hunt. The UFC is back in Melbourne this weekend, and it's their second show in Melbourne. This time last year, they had around 55,000 people at Etihad Stadium. Remember? Holly Holm against Ronda Rousey. It was interesting. On the anniversary of that show, it was a couple of days ago, no mention of Holly Holm's win. And I know Ronda's fighting, so you don't want to highlight that, but it was a pretty big deal in UFC history, and also the biggest crowd in UFC history. And they were coming back with a show headlined by Luke Rockhold versus Jacare Souza. And of course, that's not happening anymore. So now it's headlined by Derek Brunson versus Robert Whittaker, which is a very good fight, a very important fight at 185 pounds. But the rest of the card is a little thin. And you'd think that Mark Hunt would be a part of it, maybe the most popular fighter coming out of that region. But he is still embroiled in this issue, if you will, with the UFC, with USADA, stemming from the Brock Lesnar situation at UFC 200. So knowing that Melbourne was coming up, knowing that he probably would have been on the card, thought it would be apropos to talk to Mark Hunt. We haven't talked to him in around 3 months since he came on this show and dropped many an expletive about the whole situation. So perhaps he has calmed down. Perhaps he has an update for us. We'll talk to him at 4:10. 3:25, we're going to talk to CM Punk in his first interview pertaining to combat sports, pertaining to his MMA career, his future in the sport. Showed up a little bit when the Cubs were making their run, talks about the Blackhawks here and there, but this is his first combat sports interview. And we last saw him, of course, a little over 2 months ago in Cleveland. CM Punk, what does the future hold for him? Where does he go from here? Very happy that he has agreed to join us at 3:25. 3:05, Gegard Mousasi will stop by, and we'll talk to him about his big win over Uriah Hall. Also, his post-fight interview. And what a year for Gegard Mousasi. If he would have fought Daniel Cormier, who knows what would have happened in that fight at 200. He could be a champion already, but when you think about where he was last year and how people viewed him, somewhat, apathetically, now here he is in 2016. He has capped the year, unbeaten this year in 2016. He gets to avenge his loss that was keeping him up at night against Uriah Hall in very dominant fashion. But his personality, once again, just coming out in that post-fight interview saying to the middleweight division, "I'm coming. What the F? I'm coming." That was his big message. Just great stuff from Gegard in Belfast. 2:45, my good pal, Khabib Nurmagomedov. the number one contender in the UFC lightweight division, will stop by. I'm very much looking forward to talking to him, and I appreciate him agreeing to come on. 225, Tim Kennedy will stop by. He is now fighting Rashad Evans at UFC 206. Was supposed to fight him at 205. Evans got pulled. Want to talk to him about that situation, and agreeing to fight him on December 10th. 205, Owen Roddy will stop by, the striking coach for Conor McGregor. Talk to him about the win over Eddie Alvarez. What's next? The rise, all that and more. We've had him on the show once before. Great guy, great guest. Looking forward to talking to him. Lyoto Machida will stop by 145. He had a disappointing week last week. USADA giving him an 18-month suspension over the issue that came up in April. A lot of people, including, I suggest reading a guy by the name of Ian Kidd. I hope I'm pronouncing his first name correctly, over at Bloody Elbow, wrote a couple of really great articles outlining why Machida's suspension is very unfair and why USADA got it wrong. So I believe this is Machida's first interview since having to deal with that issue back in April. Got the suspension last week, so we'll talk to him at 145. 125, Matt Mitrione will stop by. Matt Mitrione in the news this week. He is fighting Fedor Emelianenko. They announced that on Saturday at Bellator, February 18th in San Jose. A very interesting run-in, if you will. I don't want to call it a run-in. An interview, a dual interview, something like that. It was interesting. Fedor shows up with the sweater. Have some thoughts on that as well. So we'll talk to Matt Mitrione at 125. So there you have it. A loaded show, a lot of big names, a lot of interesting people to talk to. So I'm looking forward to that. In my opinion, this was, like I said, an insanely busy weekend. Maybe not the most interesting story going into the weekend, but I believe the most interesting story coming out of the weekend is Ryan Bader. And Bader, when he fought Little Nog, he defeated Little Nog in the main event. Took him a little while to do so, but in the end, it was elementary. The third round was very dominant. You can make a case for it going a little long, and should have been stopped a little sooner. But Ryan Bader is now a free agent. Ryan Bader has gambled on himself, as has been the case with many top stars in 2016. He had that really, really, really bad loss to Anthony Rumble Johnson in January. Comes back, wins in September against Ilir Latifi. UFC tries to sign him. In the past, guys were too nervous to sign that extension going into their final fight because there was just too much unknown. There weren't any other options out there. But now they're rolling the dice. This has become the theme of 2016. We don't have to go over all of that. So he rolls the dice against a beatable opponent, a guy he beat at UFC 119 when he was climbing the ranks. And now he's a free agent. And of course, Ryan Bader isn't someone who's going to sell 1 million pay-per-views. He's not someone who's going to, give FS1 or the UFC incredible ratings. But he is a member of, without a doubt, the most shallow division in the UFC. The light heavyweight division has been ignored. They just haven't found a lot of good prospects. They haven't found a lot of good contenders. And part of this is, John Jones's dominance, now DC's dominance. But when you think about DC versus Rumble, if DC beats Rumble, and if Nevada gives John Jones a longer than 1 year suspension, who the heck is DC going to fight? Who's he going to fight at 205? There aren't many options. And don't forget that he has this history with Ryan Bader. They had the whole press conference thing. They were supposed to fight in New Orleans. I feel like Ryan Bader has played his cards incredibly well. And what I mean by that is, normal circumstances, not the biggest name, doesn't garner the most attention, probably wouldn't garner the biggest contract out there. But given the fact that 205-pound division is so shallow, given the fact that he's on a winning streak, you kind of need the Ryan Baders of the world around. It was easy to cut ties with Davis. He had just lost to Bader, and he was kind of in this position where he was beating guys and stunting their growth, but he wasn't doing it in the most exciting way possible. At least Bader is getting some finishes. His last 2 fights were pretty darn exciting. And so could Ryan Bader play his cards right into a title fight at this point? That to me is a very interesting spot and a very powerful spot to be in. Also, you consider the fact that Ryan Bader won The Ultimate Fighter, I think it was season 8, on Spike TV, and Spike has shown an interest in tough winners who won while they were airing Tough. So will they be interested in him? Bellator has actually done a pretty good job. It's very top heavy, but they're starting to gather some nuts at 205. I feel like Bader is going to command some interest on the open market. Another name to look out for at 205, I feel like it is a brilliant move, or it would be a brilliant move on Chris Weidman's part to move up to 205. middleweight is just way too busy right now. He's now lost 2 in a row. It's going to be a while until he gets back in that title picture. I think he moves up to 205, gets a win, say, in Brooklyn on February 11th. One win against someone who, maybe is in the 5 to 10 region. I think he gets a title shot next. I think DC versus Weidman is an interesting fight. Weidman used to wrestle at around 205, and he could make be in that historic discussion of, one of only now 4 people, after Conor did it last week, to have a title in 2 different weight classes. To me, it's a no-brainer for Weidman to go up to 205. By the way, speaking of free agency, today's a big day for Lorenz Larkin. Lorenz Larkin is officially free to negotiate with any promotion out there. He has seen his 3-month exclusivity period expire. It started August, I think, 20th. It expires today. So now he can go out on the open market and see what's out there for him. I wonder what's out there for him, but he's now officially free to go out and do so. I was talking to New York Rick before we started, and I was saying, wow, what a fun weekend. There was so much going on. He told me that it was the worst weekend of MMA that he's ever experienced. Is that not true?
That is not true.
That's what you said. It was boring. You didn't like it.
Now you're changing it. It went from the worst weekend.
The most boring ever, you said.
No. I just, look, the 2 cards are not doing it for me. I don't want to see 2 cards in the same night as far as the UFC goes. Certainly overkill. When you combine it with the fact that Bellator is on, the big boxing match is on, there's just too much, and the cards weren't that great. They were okay. They were fine, but that's about it.
If you would have combined them,
now you're having
a better card,
and you're cutting that time down significantly.
Yeah.
People don't want to be watching MMA to watch a marathon. That's not what they're in for.
It was a lot to ask.
Yeah.
It was a lot to ask. You were in Kansas City.
On Friday I was, and then I flew back early Saturday.
Big shocker, Tanya Evinger loses.
Yes. Big upset. Now, a bit of controversy in the sense that the referee, Mike England,
botched it. What happened? Tell us what happened.
He said Tanya was deep in an armbar and was using her foot to create leverage. She was trying to push off with her foot, and the referee told her that she has to adjust. She can't do that. Actually, she can do that. It is entirely legal to do that as long as it's not a strike. As long as she's not kicking in the face, she is allowed to do that. So Tanya has a good, case if she wants to argue that, that affected her mindset during that moment. But either way, she was deep in an armbar, and that part is irrefutable. And good for Yana. She got a huge upset win.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You think they'll do a rematch there? Or who else is coming up at 135?
Could be. I mean, if nothing else, Tanya has a great case that it was mishandled by the referee for sure.
Do you agree with me that Bader has played his cards masterfully here?
Absolutely. And if you remember, you'll go back to, January of this year? Ryan Bader was my 2015 most improved. He's been putting it together really nicely. And I think that he set himself up and you made the best point, almost independent of anything Bader's done. This division's just not that strong.
No.
Phil Davis left. All the guys that were potentially on the horizon are now no longer in that picture. And, the guys at the very bottom of the division are just kind of hanging around.
I could see him playing his cards now because he's a free agent. Again, I'm not saying he's someone that's going to change the fate of your company. He's just the kind of guy that you sort of need.
Yeah.
And now that he's won 2 in a row in impressive fashion, dominant fashion, highlight reel finishes, the title fight is coming up. He has the history with DC. DC would fight him. DC wants to rack up title victories. He wants to be more appreciated. I feel like he could talk his way and negotiate his way into a title fight.
And he also has a history with, let's not forget, Jonathan Jones.
He does, but I think there's more of an interesting history with DC because they've never fought, A, and B, the Jones fight was somewhat one-sided.
I agree with that, but I think there's a storyline there where that fight was supposed to, at the time, that fight was supposed to be one of these guys is for real, one of these guys is not for real, and we'll see who becomes that next title contender. It ended up being John Jones. He went on to have an incredible career so far. But I think that could be a storyline where Ryan Bader is trying to rewrite that history. Now we're at a different point. This is 2016 or possibly 2017. Let's look further ahead. Our careers are in different places. I want to rectify that. I think that's a compelling story to me. In fact, I'd say that's more compelling to me than the DC story.
All right. So that's going to be interesting to monitor. The other big story on Saturday, I thought, was Michael Chandler defeating Benson Henderson. And this is interesting for a couple reasons because, A, it was on the 5th-year anniversary of Chandler's win over... What is this? Sorry. It was on the 5th-year anniversary of Chandler's win over Eddie Alvarez, one of the best nights in MMA history, November 19th, 2011. That fight happened, I think, right before the Shogun Hendo fight in San Jose, almost happening simultaneously, which was incredible because those are two of the best fights of all time. So then he gets his second, in my opinion, biggest win ever, this time against the former champion Benson Henderson. And so this is notable because Chandler is asserting himself as the best at 155 now that Will Brooks is gone in Bellator. But also on the flip side, Benson is now 0-2 in title fights. So in your opinion, was the Benson move a mistake? Has it been proven to be a mistake by Bellator? Or is this the perfect scenario for Bellator? You bring in a former champion from the UFC, your homegrown guy beats him, as opposed to the Phil Davis scenario where he comes in and just annihilates your homegrown guy.
Yeah.
Which scenario? Which way are you looking at the cup, basically?
It's in between. If Benson had come into this fight and Chandler just blew the doors off like it looked like it was going to be in round 1, I think you'd be looking at a situation where maybe this hadn't paid off in the way that they wanted it to. But because he came back and in the way that Benson is wont to do and has in the past, he just always hangs tough. He turned that narrative around, I think. But if he had come in and it looked like round 1 for 5 rounds or got finished, I think there'd be murmurs of, Benson is a shot fighter and, they got something that they got a bad bill of goods.
Yeah.
But in this case, he was able to turn that around to a point where I think the narrative is just, look, Michael Chandler's really good. Benson Henderson's really good. They had a really good fight. And Benson is a guy that can compete at 170 or 155 at Bellator. And they've got a kind of a jack of all trades.
Now, how do you know so much about the fight? Because you didn't watch it.
Oh, stop. I did watch it. Of course I watched it.
What? Tell the people what you said to me before the show. Tell them right now. I dare you.
No,
classic. Can I tell them what you said?
No, of course not. Because
you got to see this guy. He's walking around with his chest puffed
billionaire
out,
strut.
just going. Yeah, he was doing his own billionaire strut like this, walking around saying, "Oh, I got so many hot takes on Bellator. I got so much to say about Bellator." I said, "Okay, no, I hope you say it because if you don't, I'm going to say it." No. And now here you are, not saying a thing. What a wuss!
You've completely made this up.
You have confirmed my greatest fears.
You've completely fabricated this story.
I mean, so you did watch it.
Yeah, I did watch it.
What a first round! What a first round!
Yeah, I mean it really hinged on that, right? If that had been the story of the fight, I think the story of Benson in Bellator would have been completely different.
Yeah. I mean,
and Chandler, we're talking about Benson. Chandler put in one hell of a performance.
You know what really pissed me off about the Chandler thing? That he was forced to apologize to the crowd. Now, he went on Instagram yesterday and retracted his apology for the performance. You have to be a special kind of human being to sit there. And I know you paid, and I know you have every right, and it's a free country, First Amendment, blah, blah, blah. You have to be a special kind of human being to boo someone who just did that for 25 minutes, regardless of if you thought he won, lost, what you thought of the fight, which I thought was a very entertaining fight. Who the hell are you to boo a guy like that? To the point where he actually feels compelled, because it was louder in the arena. It doesn't really come across as loud on television. He feels compelled to apologize for the performance. He just beat Benson Henderson, arguably the best one of his career, if not number 2. And you're forcing him to apologize. You're booing him. I thought that was a real sucky way to end the night.
Absolutely. You can't boo that fight.
San Jose crowd usually is better than that.
Can't boo that fight.
That's a very knowledgeable crowd. It's a very smart crowd. What the hell was that? And then,
indefensible.
But you know what? It also was interesting because Chandler is such a nice guy. He's like so clean cut, classy. But we're starting to see a trend here of guys not giving an F about what the crowd says. We saw it last week with Khabib and talking about Conor, Romero, and Bisping. I mean, he wasn't necessarily on enemy territory, but on Saturday alone, you had Marion Renault calling out, Kevin Lee calling out someone. Who else did we have? We had Kamaru Usman, but we've started this trend. Like Kevin Lee was doing it as well, but like Chandler calling Josh Thompson, a San Jose guy, what do you call him? A coward? I think he called him a coward or something in front of that. Like, he was just doubling down on the booze at that point and just being like, oh, Josh Thompson, if you're not going to fight me, you're officially a coward. I love that from Chandler. That was great stuff. That was a really good night for Michael Chandler.
Yeah, as long as they're paying attention. Love them, hate them, boo them, cheer them, get their attention. But the one that you mentioned, Usman, that one, I mean, Damian Maia's response. No, I like Damian Maia's response to that. I thought that was just...
It was very un-Damian Maia-like.
Well, no, it was very Damian Maia-like in that it was completely classy, completely respectful, accurate, but to the point that it was too accurate. He was...
throwing a little bit of shade. Like, you're not even in my conversation. You're not even in my stratosphere.
I'm addressing you because I have to, but I'm not tagging you on Twitter.
Sure.
This is not a formal response. Don't think I'm going to go back and forth with you. Step your game up, and then we'll have a conversation.
Respect to Usman for doing it, though.
Oh, call your shot.
Yeah,
always.
Especially if he's there. So I actually thought overall the Bellator main card was very entertaining. And you know, it's hard to compare them to the UFC cards because that's, you know, one of two on the same night, the one going on at the same time in Brazil, but UFC puts on more shows. They're stretched out a little thinner. Bellator, like, that's a 10-pole event, as they like to call it. Not a good night for MVP. MVP defeats Fernando Gonzalez, and this is a fight that they've tried to make over and over again. I feel like he's past that point, but now officially after that performance, I feel like, okay, the time is now for MVP, basically. Like, you can't protect him anymore. You have to put him against a heavy hitter, against a dangerous fighter, against a solid either veteran or prospect, a Brennan Ward type. You know, I'm not talking about Douglas Lima or Koreshkov. You got to move him up. Like, they've been protecting him for way too long, and I'm okay with that to a degree. You got to build him up. He's very talented. He's charismatic. We all know this. He's a big chip for them, but it's starting to feel like Groundhog Day every single time. And this was not. You're not going to get away with the antics against the creme de la creme. Didn't get away with it with Sean Burrell, who's, you know, obviously not the creme de la creme, but former UFC fighter. Didn't get away with it with Fernando Gonzalez. People are going to start turning on him if this stuff doesn't lead to excitement, and it didn't on Saturday. I thought it was not a great night for him.
Is that the logical conclusion? Your conclusion after watching that fight was we need to give him a step up?
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean,
you don't think he's good enough?
I wasn't that impressed. Like,
I think he's spending too much time playing around. Someone needs to force his hand. And if that results in a finish, if that results in his first loss, then so be it. But I don't want to keep seeing that against lesser competition. At this point, you know, 10 or so fights, I want to see him tested. I want to see him against the top level competition. I want to see him against a guy who's actually going to go in there and threaten him and push him to the limit. I don't want to see the shtick anymore. Now,
yeah, perhaps.
I'm cool with seeing the shtick against top level guys. If he can pull it off, great. But he couldn't pull it off against Burrell. He couldn't pull it off against Gonzalez. It's time to push him. Don't you agree? It feels like we're in the same fight every single time he fights.
I agreed 5 fights ago, but my point is this is not the performance that has me itching to see him against top level talent. It just wasn't that. It wasn't that impressive. I think he's.
That's why I feel like you got to push him.
I feel like he's an exciting fighter, but that just wasn't the one that makes me go, oh yeah, now I want to see this guy.
MVP
in the
Brennan
echelon.
Ward. Don't you like that? Doesn't that make a lot of sense?
Sure.
Tell us how you really feel about Bellator.
I don't
Come
see
on.
It being very competitive. I think Brennan Ward would
don't bite your tongue.
Would shut that one down.
All right. I'm just tired of it. I like him. He was on the show. I think he's fantastic. I've called him must-see TV.
Great personality.
When he comes on, I am focused squarely on his fighting. But
that's the thing, right? How many times can you say don't blink or sell that thing, and then if it doesn't deliver, that's all that it's got. It's not a compelling matchup.
Sure.
It's not a top. There's no implications off this. This win isn't going to propel him to anything. I feel like they've done him a disservice and made me get disinterested more so than anything he's particularly
Well, that's
done.
why I want to see them push him a little more. Maybe. And by the way, can we stop with the don't blink? I mean, look, I just blinked. I can blink. I'm pretty sure I've blinked during a knockout. It just...
Well, now you're just being difficult. We're taking this way too literally. Matt Mitrione time.
Okay, yes. Let's call Matt Mitrione. So it was announced during that broadcast that Matt Mitrione is going to fight Fedor Emelianenko on February 18th in San Jose. And this is big time. Now, it was big time for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, Bellator has signed Fedor, multi-fight deal. That's a pretty nice coup. Second of all, he emerges wearing the sweater, which we have not seen for quite some time. Matt Mitrione actually pops for the sweater. They have a little tete-a-tete. Mitrione praises him. GSP's in the back taking pictures of them, Rory McDonald. This felt like a big deal. And I have to be honest, I was talking about this before with New York Rick. This fight against Mitrione feels like his most legitimate fight in, I don't know. There you see it. There's the picture. Sweater, Mitrione looking great. Suit, Jimmy Smith in the middle. I don't know what's going on with that poster in the back with Mitrione's face. Why is he so upset? What's with the eyebrows? But the sweater is just radiating. And so I kind of feel like if you look at Fedor's last fights, I mean, I think this is great matchmaking. This fight makes all the sense in the world. I don't know who to pick. I don't even know who's the favorite. Like, who would be the betting favorite in this fight? Most legitimate fight for Fedor since the Dan Henderson fight? I mean, he's coming off the Fabio Maldonado fight, which a little bit controversial, the judging was. Prior to that, the Jaideep Singh fight had, who do you have? Pedro Hizzo, Jeff Munson. This is the most interested I am in a Fedor fight since probably the Dan Henderson fight, and that was 5 years ago. That's pretty big. I love this fight. And so now we're being joined by Mitrione himself, gracing us with his presence. It has been tough to get Mitrione back on this program. You'd think, friend of the show, Mitrione Minute, all those weeks that we had him on back in the day, now he squeezes us in, just barely. He's joining us on the phone. Matt, are you there?
Just barely. Here. I'm sitting in a car with my teammates, and we're getting crazy in the car. We just got done sweating all over each other, and I'm making time for you today, buddy. But make it quick. Make it quick.
I appreciate I appreciate that.
Oh, by the way, Coach Henry says, what's up, dude?
Coach Henry, if he could stop ducking me as well, I'd love to have him on the show too. So please relay that message.
I will do that, sir.
Okay, so we have a lot to discuss. Let me go through it here. You said you went out on the broadcast, and it was very fun how they brought you out. It felt big. It felt important. You said that you blindly signed this contract. You had no idea who your opponent was. Now, come on. Now, we're not on TV here. Is that true, Matt? Did you really do that?
That is 100% accurate.
Tell me how this happened.
They approached me. They said, hey, look, we've got a really interesting concept for you. And I said, okay, what's that? They said, we're going to offer you a fight. We have an opponent in mind. We're not going to tell you who, where, or when. But we think you're down enough to do it. And I said, okay, is it this month? Because it was a little bit ago. I was like, is it this month? And there were like 2 weeks left in the month. And they said, no, it's not. And I said, okay, I'm down. I was like, as long as it's an opponent that's worth my time, I'm down. And so what I was thinking, so then I signed it. But what I was thinking was that it was either going to be Shane Carwin or Rampage or possibly Kharitonov. I didn't, because what I heard that Fedor was having issues with M1. And that M1 wouldn't let him go, or they couldn't do a co-promotion or something like that. So I didn't think Fedor was even an option. I was always kind of training for Kharitonov, but when that came up and I realized that Kharitonov was already in it and he just lost, it wasn't him. So I was like, well, maybe it'll be Rampage or maybe Carwin. But awesome, I got Fedor, man.
And so, I mean, you're new to Bellator. You've looked good so far. You're on this roll. Why would you agree to a fight you don't know who the opponent is? Like, is that smart?
Well, I really feel like I can fight anybody.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if they're a wrestler, doesn't matter if they're a striker or a judoka or whatever. I feel like when I'm in shape and I'm ready to go, I'm one of the best fighters in the world. And any given day, I could be the best fighter in the world. And I mean, right now I'm kind of soft and chubby and a little bit bloated from drinking too much alcohol for a while. But as of right now, I get my butt kicked anywhere. But and by February 18th, I feel like I'll be just as good as I've ever been when I'm the best I've ever been. Did you follow that? I'll be as good as I have ever been when I'm as best as I've ever been.
Okay, so a couple of weeks ago, as you know, Flow Combat reported that this fight was in the works. Didn't that tip you off?
Well, see, I didn't. I've seen, especially when it comes to Fedor, like he's famously skittish, right? Like he's very secretive. He's famously skittish, and if that was the case, I would have heard about it before then, and I didn't. And that's why I was like, well, maybe this is just some kind of a rumor, because everybody wants Fedor to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, and they want him to be on a big stage because everybody loves Fedor. He's Fedor. So, I didn't really give it too much credence and credibility. But, kind of it is what it is. And apparently they were right.
And I believe you, by the way. I'm trying to unpack this because your reaction actually seemed very genuine. And I loved your reaction to the sweater. Right away, that was almost like your first comment that he wore the sweater. So you didn't see him in the back or anything. And when you came out there and they announced him, that's when you found out for the first time that you're fighting Fedor.
That was when I found out I was fighting Fedor.
That is
in that situation, and dude, like when he walked out in the sweater, I was like, oh my God, he's wearing the sweater. Like that thing when I shook his hand, I was like, nice sweater.
You know what I was reminded of in that moment, because I thought you were very respectful towards him, but I was reminded of our old friend Pat Barry when he fought Mirko Krokop. And in hindsight, people said that Pat was too respectful to Mirko. He didn't have that killer instinct. He was a little easy on him. Is this something you have to get, because clearly you respect the guy a lot. Is this something that you're going to have to work on? You know, you're fighting Fedor, an idol, a legend, arguably the greatest ever. Is it possible that you respect him a little too much going into the fight?
No, there is not a situation. The only time I ever had a problem fighting anybody was Brendan Schaub. And Brendan is a good friend of mine. But I can tell you now, I'll have, and I say this with as much respect as possible. And I'm not even trying to sell a fight. I will have no problem trying to throw my fist through Fedor's face. None. Like that's my job. That's what I'm getting paid for. That's why they brought us two together, is because we're both exciting ass fighters. Fedor's a huge legend and a massive name, and I'm in the process of trying to make myself a legend. So I will have no problem throwing hands on him and doing as much damage as possible to try to steal any kind of reputation he has and put it on my own.
How do you feel about him at this point? Do you feel like he's, over the hill? Do you feel like he's not the same guy? Did you watch his performance against Fabio Maldonado? And if so, did that sort of confirm those beliefs, if you do believe that?
I did not watch. I don't really watch fights a whole lot anymore, so I did not watch his fight against Fabio. I've heard plenty about it. And honestly, he took a couple years off, right? So I think those are probably kind of tune-up fights. I would expect to see the best Fedor possible when I fight him. I think he's had a couple of times get back in, knock off the rust, get used to the adrenaline dump, get used to taking punches and moving around again, and the excitement of it. Hell, Fedor even cracked a smile when we were doing a stare down, a face-off. So, I think it's just kind of getting back in the swing for him, and I think he'll get used to it. I'm sure he'll be back on the grind, and he'll be his absolutely murderous Cabbage Patch Kid self here pretty soon.
By the way, out of curiosity, why don't you watch fighting as much anymore?
I feel, you know me, I'm the son of a psychiatrist. I think entirely too much.
Yes.
So I feel that I'm surrounded by violence all the time during my regular day. And I feel that if I watch even more violence at home, it doesn't give me a chance to escape it and become dad. Huh. And I want to have that separation so I can have my regular life. And I feel like when I don't whip my kids, I don't put my hands on them out of anger, but I have a temper, and I'm at times I'm quick to pop off, and so I'm doing my best to limit the amount of violence in my life. And so when I go home, it's Matt the dad, or it's Matthew the dad versus Matt the fighter.
So will you even watch? Like, now that you know that you're fighting him, will you watch these fights, or do you not like to watch anything as you prepare for fighting because you don't want to put more of that into your brain?
So I used to watch tons of film all the time, critique myself, which I do all the time. I'm my hardest critic, like everybody that should be, I believe. But when it comes down to watching film, I used to watch a lot of it, and then I kind of found myself in a position where there was, and this is a football term, that was paralysis by analysis, where I find myself waiting to see what he's going to do, so I've seen on film, so I can do the counter that we've practiced because I know he's going to do this. And then I was like, wait a minute, dude, like, I'm the wild card here. I'm the variable. I'm the one who is long, athletic, rangy, creative, unorthodox, and weird. Like, why am I watching what somebody else is going to do? Because they're going to react to everything I do differently because I'm not the normal one. So that kind of really modified my perspective and my approach on fighting. So, excuse me. So to answer your question, will I watch some film? Maybe. But my training partners and Coach Henry, like Butta, Charles, Coach Henry, and everybody down here in Florida, where I'm at now, will watch plenty of film for me, and they'll get me ready, and they'll do everything I need to do.
What happened in the back when you guys went to the back? Anything that we missed? Did you talk to him a little more? What did you say to Scott Coker for giving you this fight? I mean, this is the biggest fight of your career. This is a very big deal. Yeah. It shows how much they have, faith in you. You're relatively new to the promotion, signed not that long ago. Anything that we miss once you guys got away from the cameras in the back?
Well, I changed my clothing, so he was like, dude, you're really underdressed now. I started clowning my attire, and then we thumb wrestled. So other than that, it was pretty cool.
Who, you and Fedor?
Yeah, I'm totally joking.
Oh, okay.
But he was cool enough that I bet he would have thumb wrestled if I had approached him.
Wow. So there was no interaction at all? You didn't ask him about where he got the sweater? That's what I really want to know. Where did he purchase this sweater? Because you can't find it anywhere.
Didn't he tell you at one point in time that when he retires from the game, he's going to give you the sweater?
Thank you for remembering that. He did. I should have it on this set. He did tell me that, point blank.
I think that showed you that he wasn't truly retired. He didn't give it to you. So look, maybe that's something we do. Maybe that's something that we're getting a multiple fight deal. So like after I win, I'm confident and borderline arrogant, so I do believe I'm going to win. After I win, maybe we put it on the line that I get to take the sweater.
Yes, you should have it. Should be like old school WCW where it's hanging from a pole. The winner grabs the sweater.
Yes, if I could think of something that rhymed with pole that had to do with fighting, I would do it for sure.
I'm not being an a-hole here, but it's almost more prestigious than the Bellator heavyweight title at this point.
I'll tell you what, there's nobody has a heavyweight title right now, so they might be one and the same. If I grab it and I tie the sweater around my waist, I think that could do it.
Why not make this?
What if he walks out to the fight in the sweater?
That would be incredible.
Sweater of absolute victory, that would be overwhelming.
Almost as nice as those Reebok kits.
Hey, you know I was just in Israel just a little bit ago.
Yes, I'm going to get to that in a second, but I just want to know, why isn't this for the heavyweight title?
I believe that Mr. Coker has a couple of plans on what he wants to do and how he wants to do it.
Okay.
And the man is really good at what he does. I trust him. I don't think there's anything sideways about what he does. So whatever he wants to do, I'm diggity down for. As long as the checks don't bounce, and Viacom checks don't bounce, son.
Is it a tournament?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Ask Mr. Coker.
You seem, and the reason I was thinking this, because I saw you doing the interviews in Tel Aviv. They have you doing post-fight stuff. They have you doing stuff on the web. Just looking at you, you seem very happy. You seem like the change of scenery, the new life, the new promotion, the new bosses, it seems to have affected you very positively. You just seem to have a constant smile on your face. Is this accurate?
I am extremely happy, slightly bloated, chubby boy. I'm very, very happy. They've given me a lot of freedom. They've really let my personality blossom, which I think is really cool. And one of the things that when anybody asks me about my feelings on the UFC versus Bellator, is that Bellator is really, Scott Coker is really in the process of building the brand of Bellator off of the fighter's name. He wants to have stars there. He wants to have people there that have a draw power. And so it's never been Bellator over everybody else. It's been, hey, look, let's publicize these people that we really are interested in. We want to put our money behind and support them. And then via that, our brand will grow, in a grassroots way. And I respect that. And I think that's why they've really seen that. And that's my biggest opinion, where the UFC is the biggest thing to them versus the fighter. The UFC changed it to where the onus of promotion is on the fighter's shoulders now versus them. They just put on events now. And Bellator is the opposite. They still promote. They get in there. They do a lot of grassroots work. And it sucks too, man. Like, for example, did you watch, I'm sure you did, I shouldn't ask, did you watch the Ben Henderson and Michael Chandler fight?
Maybe the best fight of the weekend, I thought.
Dude, freaking extraordinary.
Yeah.
What an incredible fight. And so from that, I saw people talking mad-ish about Benson, being like, oh, he's a washout. He's a has-been that never really was. I'm like, dude, how can you watch that type of fight and then talk ish about somebody? I just didn't understand it. And then you got to realize that there's just UFC fanboys. That's just what it's going to be, and it's never going to change. And, once you kind of get over the enamoring of the UFC letters, and it's just people getting down and fighting for paychecks, and then you got to respect it or not.
Has the experience thus far gone better than you thought it was going to?
it's been a really pleasant experience. I expected good things. I've heard a lot of great things about Mr. Coker, and really like with Scott Kogan and Mr. Chow and everything, dude. It's really been great. And the cool part is too is that I've been fortunate enough to do some commentary and some production side of stuff. So I've really seen the grind that the producers, TV, camera crews go through, and I've got to know them as well. So I really feel like I've become part of the institution that is Bellator versus just being a fighter that shows up, stays in a hotel room and goes and fights and goes back home. I'm getting to know everybody and the ins and outs. So I think that's a really cool part of it.
So you feel like there's a noticeable difference backstage, the relationship between the promotion and the fighters from when you were in the UFC? You can feel that right away?
Yeah, but that's actually a really interesting perspective because it's different. Hold on a second, I'll get my bag out of the side. It's different because it's not as tight of a ship as the UFC is when it comes down to like backstage, like the 5 minutes and everybody knows exactly when they're going on and how they're going on. It's a little bit of a looser ship, which it takes a little bit getting used to.
Okay.
But it's also a pretty cool experience because there's not as much anxiety, tension. It's just, hey, dude, we're gonna be fighting around this time. Start getting your stuff ready or not. Either way.
Do you have a lot of fighters from the UFC contacting you, asking you how it's going? What's it like? Your thoughts?
I do. I have a lot of guys with some pretty substantial names. I have a lot of guys that are just kind of coming around that, like not many people have my phone number, So like they'll contact me on Twitter, on direct message or Instagram direct message and be like, hey, dude, like, tell me about this, man. What's really going on and how do you feel about this? Or why do you feel that way? And so there's interest for sure. It's like you said, man, it's just the process of no longer being enamored by the letters and kind of doing your own homework. For some people, the UFC might be a better fit for them. For me, it wasn't. And maybe that's because I have more of a personality, I'm more of a mouthpiece, and I realized I could grow over here.
I'm always impressed by you. I was really impressed when you showed up to that PFA meeting back in August because, they've made it clear that they're only catering towards UFC fighters. You're no longer a UFC fighter, but you showed great interest. And in fact, only one other fighter showed up, a UFC fighter, Leslie Smith, but you were asking questions, you were engaged, you really seemed to care about everything. And I don't know if that's because you were in the NFL and you've been a part of something like that before, but I thought it was very impressive on your part. And so I'm wondering, 3 months later, how do you feel about all of this? This has become one of the stories of the year. You as a free agent, one of the stories of the year. The rise of this talk associations, one of the stories of the year. What do you think? What do you think about how it's evolved? Are you confident it's going to happen? Does it need to happen? Your thoughts?
I feel that it definitely needs to happen. We are getting absolutely taken advantage of, but it's our fault. It's our fault that we're getting taken advantage of. There was a situation in which I had a fight in Montreal when I fought Kimbo. I had a sponsor that was going to pay me I think it was like $7 or $8 grand or something like that for a spot on my shorts. And then the day before the day that we had to do weigh-ins, they came back and said, hey, we're not gonna sponsor you. We got this other name, who was a bigger name than me, to do it for $500 because they needed a spot filled. That's a microcosm of what's going on in the UFC. We can't undercut ourselves and take the easiest offer, the best offer, because we don't want to piss the UFC off. We need to be, hey, look, dude, I got kids. This is what I need here. Like, I need this much money. And this is the reason why I need this much money. And if they say no, then leave. Then go to Bellator, and then you need to check out your options. I think that's just the only thing that makes sense out of that. So do I think it's going to happen? Eventually, yes. Do I think it's going to take bad stones? It's going to be like, hey, man, this is my negotiating tactic. This is how it's going to work. And then I think it's hard to do that on your own, but I think it's easier to do it when you get people to band together. And the fact that you can go online and you can sign an online petition to get your what do you call it? Your union card, and it's anonymous. I think that makes it easier. So everybody in the world, like people down in Brazil or Eastern Europe or whatever, can do all this. They can do it all by themselves now. We don't have to be in a room. It doesn't have to be physical. It can be online. I think it makes it easier. And it's just for the conversation. And as soon as we get, I believe it's 30% of the signatures of the active people in the UFC, well, then there has to be an overall league organization vote to try to get the that I believe it's like 50 or 80% of the total vote to get a union put in place. So I believe it's something that has to happen. I believe that people are afraid of the retribution and repercussion of speaking out. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of Leslie for. Like, Leslie she's got mad stones, man. Like, she stepped in there and asked questions and was very proactive about a lot of that stuff when a lot of guys didn't want to. But once you do it, they text you and they hit you up and be like, hey, how do you feel about this? What's going on here? How did this go? How do you feel about that? Why is it going to be that way?
Yeah.
You know, it's just a matter of time. It just has to happen. That's all.
As we wrap this up, are you staying in Florida up until the fight?
No, I will not. I have my kids every other week, so I'm going to be bouncing back and forth from Florida and Indiana, and make sure I can still be dad. And but I'll be down here quite a bit. And then when it gets closer to scrap date, like about a month out or something like that, I will most likely be here more than just a week at a time.
Biggest fight of your career?
Oh, hands down, for sure. But every fight's the biggest fight in your career, right?
I know.
So you lose, nobody cares about you.
That's true. But this feels big. This feels important. I mean, do you agree that it's his biggest fight, his most interesting fight since the Hendo fight in 2011?
I would like to say that because I'm involved in it and I'm arrogant. But you know, like it'll most likely be one hell of a scrap. And like I said, I expect the most out of Fedor. And that's the thing, dude. He's a freaking legend, man. Like, everybody wants this opportunity. This is the reason why I left for situations like this.
Yep.
Can't wait.
Well said. I'm very happy for you. Congratulations on gaining the fight. Great stuff on Saturday. Good luck in preparation, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Matt.
Most of you too, buddy. Love you. Take care of yourself. You're doing a great thing, buddy.
Thanks, man. There he is, Matt Mitrione, Meathead. He fights Fedor Emelianenko February 18th, San Jose, California. I believe that's Bellator 172. They should get rid of the numbers. The numbers don't mean anything at this point. Just call it, Bellator Fedor versus Mitrione, something like that. The numbers, very confusing. But that's a great fight. I love that fight. That's one of their most interesting main events. It means something. It's good matchmaking. That's good stuff right there. So Fedor's first fight for Bellator officially will be February the 18th against Matt Mitrione. Okay, let's move along to our next guest. He is patiently waiting. As I said at the top of the show, it was a disappointing week for Lyoto Machida. He received an 18-month suspension from the United States Anti-Doping Agency, and a lot of smart people think that this was unfair, that he deserved better. And so we wanted to talk to Lyoto about this, the whole situation where he goes from here and then some. He joins us now on the phone. Lyoto, are you there?
Hey, I'm here, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for coming on. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this your first interview since this whole situation started in April?
Yes, my first interview.
Okay.
Oh, it's
I appreciate
an honor
it.
to be here.
Yes, I appreciate it very much. So I actually want to start at the beginning of this whole process. You're getting ready to fight Dan Henderson in April in Tampa. April 6th, the USADA officials come to you, the sample collectors. They ask you to take an unannounced drug test, and you inform them that you took this supplement to, I believe, lose weight. It's kind of known as it's called 7-keto DHEA. Is that what happened? That's what we're told what happened, but I want to hear from you. Is that how it went down? And if so, can you explain to us the whole situation, how it unfolded?
Yes. First of all, I want to say that, Ariel, I'm very disappointed at USADA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I think this is all extremely unfair. So I take the blame for taking 7-keto assuming. And it wasn't a banned substance since I bought it over the counter in a supplement store when it stated on its label 60 vegetarian capsules. But for me, USADA didn't giving us a proper instruction, and I think they failed in educating us about everything. So they only to be honest, they only sent me a proper list of banned supplements after they decided on my suspension. So they sent me maybe 2 days or 3 days later. So they sent me the list of the supplements improperly. So I could understand everything. But before that, it was supposed to be, it didn't happen. So in my opinion, when the UFC brought USADA in, I thought it was to instruct and educate all the fighters, but instead they came in to punish in a very unreasonable fashion. So they came to the academy. I was at the Grace Academy at that moment, and I disclosed everything. I informed everything during the test. So I didn't know it was a banned substance. Unfortunately, they didn't see my honesty. My honesty. You know?
Yep. Why were you taking it? What did you need it for?
So I need it for because I came for 2 losses in a row. I was a very hard training at that moment. So stress. It's a stress relief. So I use that for stress relief. So I didn't know that. So my intention was in a good way, because how could I take the supplement to the fight if I know that it was banned? How?
Right.
Somebody in a good conscience didn't do that at all, right?
Yep.
So I took the supplement. I have 2 witnesses, Tony and Donna Marcolini. They went to my room and they saw the supplement. It means that I could take the supplement during the fight week. So I knew that I get some blood tests. I'll have blood tests. I knew that anytime. So I took the supplements because I didn't know. So that's what I told you. I took the blame. I commit mistake. Okay, I got it. But I think it was extremely unfair to punish me like that.
When you told them that you were taking this, when they came to the academy, did they tell you right then and there that this is banned, that you might be in trouble, or did you you didn't know?
No, they didn't say nothing. It I just say they wrote everything. Okay?
Yeah.
They wrote everything, and I just say, but I didn't know. So in the week of the fight, I was in Florida for the fight. I was so relaxed, so happy to be back to the fight. And Ed told me, Lyoto, something happened, and Donna Marcolini wants to talk to you. I said, but what could happen, Ed? I don't know, because I'm nothing from dope. I know I didn't take any substance. I was very calm at that moment.
And that's when they told you that you're off the fight, right? How did you react to that? What's that like to be there finally? You're 2 days away from weighing in. You're in Florida. You think you're going to get back on track. You're going to fight Dan Henderson, and they tell you it's off. How did you react to that?
So it was very surprising to me, and I was very stressed at that moment because I never imagined that it could happen in my career. So I was exposed for everyone because, you know, I have my principles. That's what I was taught by my father. It's based on honor and integrity. And suddenly I was exposed for the world. Everyone now think Lyoto's failing doping. So it was very hard to me. But at that moment, I was so nervous because I didn't imagine that situation in my career. But I had to face everything. I have to face everything.
Were you told that because, you know, this isn't considered a steroid, because you were helpful in telling them before the test that you were taking this, that you didn't know all that stuff? Were you told that you were going to get, you know, maybe a slap on the wrist, 6 months, something like that? Is that what you were expecting as far as the punishment is concerned? Yes.
Because if you look up an editorial on Bloody Elbow about my suspension and the substance, so the guy Lying Kid, they explain everything about 7 kilo. Explain everything. And I didn't take 7 kilo to enhance my performance. That's what I told you, but to provide stress relief. Okay? So I think the punishment would be like 6 months because of my mistake, but they could consider my honesty. Okay, that's the thing that I imagine, because the intention it means so many things. The intention. So if you don't have intention, so it means a lot of things. So my case, I didn't have any intention. It's already proven. That's what I told you before. I took the supplement. How can I took the supplement if I knew that it was banned? Never. Nobody does that. Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. And I actually mentioned that article at the beginning, saying it was very informative, and I suggested that everyone read the article. Why did it take so long for you to actually get your suspension, your punishment? This happened in April. Why did they wait until November? Do you have any idea?
So, because that's what I heard, that my process was so late because I asked for the simple ban, and they did the simple ban. And also, my first test came like we didn't find any prohibited substance in Lyoto's blood, but the DHEA is a little unstable. Like, you know, the DHEA is very unstable. So I don't know if it took so long time to get my final result, but at the end of the day, I think that it was very unfair, but I have to face it.
Recently, we saw John Jones appeal his USADA punishment. He went to arbitration. Did you consider doing this as well?
Sorry, Ariel. Can you repeat?
Recently, I don't know if you know this, but John Jones appealed his suspension and went to arbitration. He went to Los Angeles, met a panel, and argued against the suspension that USADA was trying to give him. Did you consider doing that when you found out that you were going to get 18 months? Did you consider appealing the suspension?
Yeah, I consider it, but let me explain everything.
Okay.
First of all, I was in a conference call with my attorney, Howard Jobs,
Yeah.
and one of my lawyer, Nathan Gable, and Jeff Novinsky, who is working in UFC now.
Correct.
So when they realized the message from USADA giving me like 8 months suspension instead of 24 months, actually I felt like going to trial. But when I asked them, they said if they were me, they would take the deal. So they accept the deal instead of going through the arbitration. If I did go, I could get the maximum penalty of 24 months. So my manager, George Guimarães, you know him, told me I should go there. Since I had bought my ticket and had booked my hotel and everything was ready for me, I wanted to go. But at my age, I couldn't afford to take a chance and get a higher penalty. You know? Especially when I heard that the arbitrator was going to be the same person who wrote the statute. My arbitrator was going to be the person who wrote the statute from UFC.
Yeah.
And USADA.
Yeah.
So the question is, how can the arbitrator be the legislator?
Sure.
How can be that?
Sure.
That's no sense. So for sure, that's no sense. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's right or no, but that's what I heard. I'm just selling the fish for the same price I heard. Okay.
Yep. And
So what do you think? It went through my mind after hearing all that. I quit. Of course, I quit. How can I go there and to be judged for in that situation? You know?
Yeah.
It was clear to me that if I went through arbitration, they would give me a full penalty of 24 months. So I repeat again, I thought the purpose of USADA was to bet off the sport instead of ruining it. So the question is, I want to question something. Like, isn't the Athletic Commission good enough or no? I thought they were doing an excellent job. So why bring USADA? Just throw money away? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, well, I see your...
It seems like it's a missing piece of puzzle. It seems like that.
And so when you were told you're getting 18 months, were you very surprised? You were probably expecting, as you said, 8 to 6 months or so. Were you shocked when you heard it was 18?
I was shocked. I was shocked at the beginning. I couldn't believe it, and I felt like going to the trial.
Yeah.
And I was very stressed, and George supported me. No, you should go there, Lyoto. So, but when I heard from for someone that if they were me, they would accept the penalty. So I think that better to use my mind instead of use my emotional. No, because I didn't want to fight against Usada at all.
Yeah.
Just want to show my side because nobody knows my side. Even my fans, because many things just happen in a very backstage. It's kind of backstage. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
So I would wish to show my side for everyone. No. I deeply believe if I got in front of Pat Lundeval, you know Pat Lundeval, who is known to be the toughest commissioner in the country from the Athletic Commission.
Yeah.
I would get a lesser penalty based on my sincerity. For sure. That's what I think.
Are you considering appealing now, or is it too late?
I think it's too late now because I already signed everything.
Okay.
Already, the Usada signed everything too. But I'm very disappointed at the end of the day. Of course, Ariel, I want a clean sport, and I believe people should pay for their mistakes, but it has to be fair. That's the things. I didn't have the proper information that I told you, but I wasn't using it to cheating. You know what I mean?
Yes. In May of next year, you're turning 39. Are you going to fight again? Do you want to stay? I mean, obviously, you're a martial artist. Your father's a martial artist. Your family, that's your background. So you're always going to be in shape. I know you have a new school, and you're very proud of it in the LA area. But are you planning on serving the suspension and coming back to the UFC, or is it possible that this has ended your career?
100%.
Okay.
100%. It's my life. I want to compete again. I think I have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to give for my fans still. So I'll be back stronger. I'll be back better. And now it's time to watch myself inside, to see my side, to check my academy, to push my academy more and give more support for my students. But I always training. It doesn't matter what happened in my career because the training is my life. So I'm a real martial artist. No, so my father always taught me that one samurai has to train every day. It doesn't matter what happens in your life because it's not about just competition. It's about my life, my lifestyle.
Yeah.
So I trained since I was 4 years old. So I train every day, and I feel very good because sometimes training is kind of meditation for me. It's a good escape for me to the problems, for everything.
And so considering all of that, I mean, how are you dealing with this now? A week or so after getting the news that they were giving you the 18 months, it means so much to you to be a martial artist, to do things the right way. And you know how people can be on social media. They always sort of assume that you're guilty before innocent. There's a problem there, and maybe some athletes have ruined it for the actual innocent ones. But just how is life now? How are you feeling down? Are you able to look past this? How are you coping with all this?
No, of course I was very down at the last week when I heard everything. But now I feel better and better every day. I improved a lot, so my feeling is already recovering, and I think the life go on, man. Life go on. So I have to train. I have to keep doing my projects, my life in projects, and I'm doing a lot of seminar. I take care about my academy. I stay with my family. I try to go to the beach. I try to do something like a normal people, like a regular guy.
Yeah. Is there a message here for the fighters? I mean, should you just make sure everything that you're taking beforehand, even if it's the smallest vitamin, what's the message? What's the lesson that these fighters in the UFC who have to deal with USADA can learn from your situation?
It's very hard to say something, but I think that the message will be like, pay attention, because pay attention whatever you take and whatever you do, because it's so dangerous when you in the middle of the trouble, in the middle of the problem, and you figure out everything. It's very hard. So, and I want to say to all my fans that I never I wouldn't ever betray myself doing something illegal on purpose. That's the thing that I would like to say for everyone.
Did they explain?
So
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it.
Did they explain to you why they went with the 18 months and not the 6 to 8 months? Like, did they give you an explanation why they decided on that?
No, I didn't have any explanation. They just punished me, and I didn't have any explanation because I didn't have it. I don't know why.
What did your father say to you about all this?
My father, he's a very he doesn't like to discuss things like that. He just said because he's kind of samurai, you know.
Yeah.
His mind is an old mind because he's growing in Japan when Japan passed the World War. So his mind is very traditional, very it's a Lyoto. In Japanese we call like Naseba Naru. Naseba Naru means like if there is will, there is way. So just keep doing whatever you believe, and at the end of the day, you're gonna get success. Doesn't matter.
Good.
Sometimes, if you wanna jump high, you have to first go very very low to use your legs to push it very high.
Right.
That's the thing. So life sometimes is like that, my son. You have to just to face everything and keep your mind clear because you know what you did. That's the most important thing.
And I have to ask you this, Lyoto, before I let you go. I don't know if you heard this, but Gegard Mousasi has been accusing you of cheating when you fought him a couple of years ago. Do you have any responses? Have you heard these accusations?
So, because when Gegard Mousasi, when I beat him, so he maybe he was upset. He was very, very, very sad with that situation.
Yeah.
And he started doing, maybe he wants a rematch or something like that. And he started saying something like trash talk about myself, bad mouth. So, but I prefer don't say anything about him. I respect him as a fighter. And if you have a chance, of course, we're going to fight again. But I see the side of competition. I don't take it's a personal.
Okay.
You know? I always, I'm very professional fighter.
Yes.
So I take everything as a professional. I don't take it as a personal. So like maybe he took that.
Okay. I understand. Finally, where's your new school? Where is it located?
So my new school it's called Machida Karate Academy. There we're gonna teach self-defense. So a different style of karate. It's not very traditional. So there you can find a very we designed the Machida Karate for the real martial arts, for the real combat, something like that. So it's gonna be it's in Lomita, California, very close to Torrance. It's a huge space and it's very, very fast.
Well, I wish you the best with it. Congratulations on that. And thank you so much for coming on the show, Lyoto, to clear the air. I think a lot of people are supporting you. And again, if you read that article that we talked about on Bloody Elbow, if you listen to what Lyoto said, this is an unfortunate situation. Who knows? Maybe it gets resolved. Maybe justice is served in the correct fashion. But I respect you very much for coming on and talking about it in a very professional and classy way. So kudos to you, Lyoto. Best of luck. And I look forward to seeing you back in the UFC when your suspension is over.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you. And sorry about sometimes I know my English is
no, it was great.
Better, but I'm struggling at the beginning, and now I feel much more comfortable.
You have come a long way.
Thank you, all my friends.
Obrigado. Thank you, Lyoto.
Obrigado. Thank you. Bye.
There he is, the Dragon, Lyoto. I mean, again, you have to feel for him. A difficult situation, not expecting the 18 months. I do suggest reading on that substance, 7-keto DHEA. Learn a whole lot more about it. With just a couple of Google searches. Let us move along now. And I know a lot of you are looking forward to hearing from our next guest. He joined us in around January when there was talk of Conor McGregor fighting Rafael dos Anjos to become a 2-division world champion. Of course, that fight fell through, took a bit of a detour in fighting Nate Diaz twice, but he is now that two-division world champion. He defeated Eddie Alvarez. Of course, I'm talking about Conor McGregor on Saturday, November 12th at UFC 205. And the big story when it comes to Conor has been his striking. People now finally giving him the credit that he deserves. That left hand, maybe the most vicious currently in MMA, but he showed off the right as well, especially in that four-punch combination that finished Eddie Alvarez. The man behind all of that is our next guest, Rowdy Owen Roddy. He joins us right now via the magic of Skype. Owen, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. Thanks for the intro, Ariel. Yeah, I'm excited to be on. Thanks.
A pleasure as always. So congratulations to you. I've been watching your video blogs, SBG Charleston on YouTube. You do a phenomenal job with those, by the way. Is it a lot of work in the midst of preparing for a fight to do all that stuff?
Yeah, well, look, I just record some clips throughout the day and I send it to a friend of mine, Paul Fogarty, and he puts them all together. So I can't take all the credit for it, but yeah, it's just, you know what, I was asked to do it a while back, and just to give people a little insight into kind of what I do on a kind of daily basis and what the camps are kind of like. So I tried it for the for the second DAS fight, and it just blew up. And, you know, I kind of can't stop now because people are harassing me on Twitter and on Instagram. When is the next one coming up? So, yeah, I'm glad people are enjoying it.
You know, I kind of feel like I was told Santa Claus doesn't exist because I had this vision of you sitting at the computer editing the clips to the wee hours of the morning while training Conor, and now we're told that you just ship him off to someone. I mean, I'm a little disappointed, I have to say.
Sorry about that, yeah. Yeah, I just get a few clips and I leave it with my man, you know.
I do appreciate how you take the camera everywhere as you're walking to the cage, even after the fight. And one of the things that jumped out at me was you said afterwards, this is what you expected. I mean, you were not surprised by the result. Yeah. You were that confident. And John Kavanagh said the same thing last week. From a striking standpoint, why were you so confident going into this particular fight?
I mean, we just believed basically that, like, Eddie Alvarez, he's a fantastic fighter. He was a great champion, but I just think stylistically, you know, Conor is their kryptonite. You know, a wrestler, kind of brawler. He's not the most. You know, he doesn't really punch straight too often. There are more hooks and looping shots, and with Conor having that range on people and so clinical with his strikes, we kind of knew that Conor was going to land. And once we know Conor's going to land on somebody, it's only a matter of time before it's game over for them. Another thing as well, you know, I didn't think he would have the skill set to submit Conor. I thought he might have got Conor down once or twice. I knew we wouldn't be able to keep Conor down either. So you know, the odds are hugely in Conor's favour when it comes to that. If you can't keep Conor down, if you can't submit him, and he can hit you, well then, you know, it's only inevitable before you get clipped. And Conor clipped him early. We predicted he would clip him early. Fair play to Alvarez, because he got dropped in that, you know, almost in that first exchange, and he came straight back into it straight after it. Like most guys are dazed, but he got dropped and he was straight back up. So you give him some credit, but you know, the end is near when you get clipped with Conor.
A lot of us pundits thought that the fight would go like the Anthony Pettis fight, Alvarez versus Pettis. It went nothing like that, and perhaps it was because he was dropped early on, and the game plan just kind of goes out the window at that point. Was that the kind of fight that you were expecting?
Yeah, well, I mean, we obviously walked it. You know, we take into consideration that it could be a long night. You know what I mean? It could have went the other way. It could have been wrestling for a good bit. But for me, I always know that no matter what, like, even if it's the worst fight ever, Conor has 5 chances to hit you. Because, you know, we've got 5 rounds. So he comes out standing at every round. So even if he had got wrestled in the first round, second round starts, Conor has a chance to hit you again. Third round, you know, he's got 5 chances. Conor only needs one chance. You know what I mean? But, yeah, like, I knew, I had a feeling Conor was going to hit him early because he gets hit a good bit in most of his fights. And I just know, you know, that Conor hits with such power and precision that when you get clipped, it's going to be difficult to come back from, you know.
debut at MSG, making history, two-weight world champion for the first time in UFC history. For you personally, where does this experience rank? Where does it rank when you consider the Diaz rematch and what was at stake, the Aldo win, everything that you guys have been through, especially in the last 3 years, Dublin, all that stuff? Where does this experience rank for you?
You know what? I think it has to top it all off. Just the significance of the Madison Square Gardens, the two belts, and then the performance. The performance was like, you can never say it's perfection, but it was very close to perfection. Yeah. And it's an unbelievable achievement. It's never been done before. So just to be part of it, to experience it. Another thing as well, in New York, it was different. Like in Vegas, yeah, Connor's a mega star everywhere he goes, but there was something different about New York. Like they were chasing, you can see in the vlogs, they were chasing the cars like 20 blocks. Like people just camping outside the hotel non-stop. Everywhere he went, there was just a crowd of people following him. We went shopping early on in the week, and like he had 50 people just walk behind him. And the security is two security guys were like, no, you can't get any pictures. And they were like, oh, right, but you just followed us anyway. Followed us around the place. So it was just, for me, it was like something different. It was like he is like officially a superstar now. It was like McGregor Mania. Like it was just different, And then walking out in Madison Square Garden, not many people get to do that. The Irish were out in force as always. And then the performance. It was just, it's topped it all off till the next one.
Right, exactly.
Every time you think it can't be topped, he tops it. It's just, that's what he does now at this stage. Like, so who knows what's next, but I'm sure he'll top it again.
We will get to next in a second, but have you seen these clips of these very, very famous people imitating Conor now? Just this morning, Justin Bieber training with Neymar doing the Billy Strut. I mean, this has reached a whole other level. It's surreal to see. Have you seen this? And what do you think when you see this?
Yeah, I think it's hilarious, man. Everyone's doing it. It's deadly. It's fantastic. But that's what I mean. Anything that Conor does, like anything he says, anything he quotes, his walk, people just imitate it. It just goes viral straight away. But yeah, I've seen some great impersonations, and I'm seeing some very, very bad ones as well. But yeah, man, it's hilarious. It's great, man. The walk is unbelievable. Like I didn't cop the walk the first time.
Okay.
When he done it for the second year, so I didn't even see it. I was looking back on the fight. I was like, what's he bleeding that like? You know what I mean? And then I was like, I remember seeing him do this, and then the whole Vince McMahon thing. But now it's gathered some momentum now. Everyone's at it. It's fantastic.
Okay, in a perfect world, if you were the decision maker, if it all rests on your shoulders, which fight would you see him fight in next? What's your pick? Maybe Woodley. Like for me, for him to go up and go for 3 belts, maybe Woodley. But there's some Diaz again as well is another great one, because it's just, I think it's what fans would want to see. They want to see something special again. The Diaz fight again is special. The Woodley fight is special. So what about Khabib? Khabib has a lot of momentum behind him. How do you feel about that?
Khabib, you can't really doubt Khabib at this stage now. He's a phenomenal grappler, phenomenal wrestler. But I don't know whether the excitement is there. Obviously for Conor, it's about the pay-per-views, about the money. Whether Khabib will hit the pay-per-views from, I don't know. But he's definitely thereabouts, and he poses a different threat, so it would be good to try and work out kind of strikes that are going to land on him. He can be hit as well. I will say that he got hit a bit in his last fight, and the same again. I believe that if you give Conor a chance to land once, I don't know whether people can come back from that. But it would be definitely an interesting fight. But they're the 3 names, I suppose. Habib, Woodley, because it would be just insane. Like, can you imagine the excitement of that?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be crazy. And then obviously, you can't argue with the Nate fight again. So who knows? But you know what I mean. It's just, I always say after a fight, I never know what's going to happen. But that's part of the excitement, because Conor could just say, I'm going to fight you at middleweight. And he can do it because I mean, everything he says he's going to do, he does. he backs it up. So it's always exciting for me.
The wild card, of course, in all this, and I don't know if it's like this in Ireland, but the Monday morning after 205, and I have a theory on this. I think the media here in the United States doesn't quite understand how to put what Conor did into context. They don't really get the sport. They don't get the history. So they always gravitate to this Floyd Mayweather stuff. And I'm not saying that it can happen, but it was disappointing that they went to it so quickly as opposed to talking about him beating Alvarez, making history and whatnot. Let's just get past all of that. From your perspective, because that's your world, the striking world, Conor versus Floyd Mayweather, is this something that you'd like to see?
Yeah, why not? Like, you know what? Why not? Like, I mean, you know, the best boxer in the world against, in my opinion, the best MMA fighter in the world. But it's not the fact that, you know, Conor's the best MMA fighter. He knocks everybody out. He's got, like I've said this from day one, he hits like a middleweight, like a light heavyweight. He only needs one chance to land. If he lands once on you, you know, it takes a real, you know, it takes some character to be able to come back from that. On the flip side, it's very difficult to land against Mayweather. So that's the contrast, you know what I mean? But, you know, these extravaganzas, like, this is something so special like that. Who wouldn't want to see something like that? And I'd love to be part of it, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But who knows? I still find it, you know, I still find it difficult to see it happening.
Sure.
But, you know, Conor, if anyone can pull it off and make it happen, Conor can.
You ever sit down and talk to him? Like, because this is your world. I mean, you would be the guy really working with him on this. And when all the talking heads talk about it, they all put Conor down. They say, yeah, he's a great MMA striker, but he can't hang. I mean, there's no way he could hang with Floyd Mayweather. So it's kind of a bit of a knock on you as well as his striking coach. Do you sit down with him and talk about it seriously, or is it that far-fetched?
No, we never actually sat down and actually said, right, you know, because we would only, if he turned around and says, right, this is going to happen, let's do it. Then we would have to look into it and sit down and try and crack the code. You know what I mean? That's when we would do that. But at the moment, it's just here saying, you know, it's a bit of fun now. As I said, Conor would do it in a heartbeat. If the money was right, he would do it. Whether Floyd would do it, I don't know. And you know, all the boxers are saying that now. You know, they're giving out saying he wouldn't stand a chance and this and that. I think obviously it's because, you know, everybody wants to fight Floyd in the boxing scene because it's the big money fight. It's like Conor in the MMA fight, but you know, Conor poses different threats as well. He doesn't box like a traditional boxer, so that could easily give Floyd problems. But you know, you can't take it from Floyd Mayweather. He's the best in the world. He's pound for pound the best in boxing. But you know, I would love to be part of it and love to see what we could come from what could come from it. You know.
Conor announced after the fight that he's going to be a father. A very fun moment. He gets the month wrong. Talks about crapping his jocks. Thinking about it, it was just great stuff. And Dana White says on Friday that he's going to take a break. Conor doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who can really take a break, though. I mean, it seems like he really enjoys training. Can he really sit out for that long?
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. Like, somebody asked me about that. Like, yeah, is he out for a year and stuff? You know, I don't know. I know he's obviously, you know, as Dana was saying and stuff, that Dee gets kind of very worried when Conor's fighting and her nerves to be gone. And obviously that could be, you know, she doesn't need to be under any stress when she's due to have a baby. But on the flip side, yeah, Conor's either he lives in the gym and he loves to fight. So I don't know, like, if he's not fighting, if he doesn't have a fight schedule, they just pity everybody in the gym that he's sparring with because he's going to be taking it out on them and pulling it on them. So, yeah, I don't know. No, there's nothing come about until nothing's going to come about until the new year anyway. But who knows? It's hard to say that he will or he won't stay out for that long. You know.
When did you start holding mitts for him?
Yeah, me and Conor started training together. We were sparring partners for a very long time when I was still fighting.
Okay.
We were both southpaws. We were kind of thrown down the back of the corner because we were like the only southpaws, and nobody wanted to pad with us. Nobody wanted to train with us because we were awkward. So we kind of stuck together, and we were the same way. So we trained together for a very long time, and you know that's about 10, 12 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And when I started to slow down in my fights, we were always padding each other. But as I stopped fighting, I took over the padding and the striking stuff with him. So that's about 9 years ago,
Wow.
9 years ago, and we've been doing it ever since. And we gelled, we've gelled, and we've become very good at it. And I know what shots he likes. So I kind of build the pad sessions around the shots that he likes, and I try and imitate anybody that he's fighting to give him the opportunity to set up those shots, and it's been working fantastic, So yeah, the proof is in the pudding, I suppose.
Yeah. And the reason I asked that was I'm wondering if you have felt a noticeable difference in his power. Has he figured out that he's more powerful than he was earlier in his career? I mean, to have that kind of power, especially for a lighter weight, is pretty remarkable. And I love the fact that he never wastes punches. I've compared him to a sniper out there. Is that something he has figured out over time, or was he always like that?
Well, you know what? Obviously, years and years ago, he wasn't. I think when you get more experience in there, and like years ago, he was always very powerful. That was a very powerful striker, but he wasn't as precise as he is now. And I think that comes with confidence in your all round game. When you're starting out and you're a good striker, you're very hesitant to throw because you're worried about takedowns, you're worried about kicks and stuff like that. So, but once you get familiar with all of that stuff, then it gives you a little bit more time with your strikes, and you can commit a little bit more. And I think that's where he improved so much. It was his precision, not so much his power, because he's always had that. And then the shot selection, they're very similar shots now in the last couple of years. But back in the day, he wasn't throwing the shots that he throws now. Like all these setups he's developed over the past maybe 6 or 7 years, the pull counter, the slip inside lead uppercut. These are all shots that he's developed, the jab, hook and stuff, slip left hook. He didn't have them. Maybe he did have them, but he just didn't have the opportunities to throw them. Now he can land them on everybody now. And that's just, years of putting them on the pads, years of practicing and sparring and stuff like that. It's all came to, it's came true now, and you can see it all coming together for him.
What's it like when you go back home and you're back to a regular life? There's no Rolls Royces and people, running after you guys. You've been back home for like a week now or so. Is it hard to adjust back to normal life after going through the whole McGregor camp experience?
You know what? We actually enjoy it, to be honest, because it's crazy over there. It's hectic. It's very exciting, and I love it when I'm over there. But after it's done, all I want to do is get home and see my wife and kids and stuff like that. Yeah. And just, I get straight back into it. I don't rest really. Like, I got home on Monday, and I was in work Tuesday morning doing the classes in SPG and the classes in SPG Charlestown. So, but it's a lot simpler back here. You know what I mean? And the pressure as well. People don't realise it's a lot of pressure. Working with Conor, there's millions and millions of people looking at you doing pads where I'm looking at you moving around with him. So it is a bit, it's a bit scary, but I've been doing it for a long time now, and I deal with it pretty well. But then I get to come home, and there's no worry about the fight, and there's no, you can get to relax, you know what I mean? Till the next time.
Yeah, that's right.
I relax for a couple of months, and then I'm itching again. When is he up again? And we'll go on this crazy roller coaster once more.
The circus starts up once again. Is life different? Like, are more people coming up to you, talking to you, recognizing you because you guys are such big stars now?
Yeah. I'm getting,
How do you cope with that?
I enjoy it, yeah. People ask, I was called a YouTuber. I didn't even know what a YouTuber was because of the vlogs. Like, you one of those YouTubers? I was like, I have a vlog on YouTube. Yeah, right. I get the odd picture. I get mistaken for John Kavanagh a good bit.
Oh, wow.
And I'll be like, well, no, I'm the other guy. I'm the other guy. I'm not John. I'm the other guy. So I think I might dye my hair blonde or something like that. But so that's funny. But I enjoy it. Yeah, if people are excited about what we're doing, and in Ireland, Conor is given the Ireland somebody to get behind and somebody to support, and the whole country goes berserk when he's fighting, stuff like that. And to be part of it and to be part of the team, it's it's amazing, you know.
And speaking of that, speaking of the team, very nice moment for you guys, I thought, on Saturday with Artem Lobov winning and the celebration and how happy you guys were, Conor jumping into the cage. I mean, it was beautiful stuff in Belfast. But more importantly, I thought that was Artem's best fight in the UFC. It was the first time that he showed that he belonged, that he wasn't just Conor's guy. That was a fantastic win over a very tough opponent. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, I really think that you couldn't have said it better, because that's what we all thought. This is the fight that's gonna, this potentially could have made or break broke Artem, because if he had lost, who knows what the UFC would have done. Ishihara he's a serious contender. He's a serious prospect, but I think Artem said it well. He rises to the occasion a lot. When he's fighting, when he knows all his chips are in and it's make or break, he ups it, and a very good game plan, kicking the calf on the setup. Every time Ishihara was getting ready to go, we'd get Artem to kick the calf and then throw the hooks over it, slipping inside, lead uppercut, and trying to get Ishihara to throw, because Ishihara is more the counter striker. So he's inviting Artem to throw a lot and trying to counter. He landed once in the third, and you could see his power. Artem's recovery was very, very good. He was actually given out to us because we were all screaming at Artem when he got dropped to close the guard and hang on, because we all thought he was hurt. And he looked over and he's like, "What are you telling me? Like, what are you talking about? Let me open the guard and let me play the guard." I mean, we said to John. John was like, "Well, he's grand because he knows what he's doing." So
sure.
That's when he started to play guard. But we were panicking. But it was a very, very good, very smart fight from Artem, and against a very good opponent. So, I'd like to see Artem get maybe, top 10, top 15 going and start pushing into the ranks, because like Artem as well, like, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to be able to take a dig off Artem. If he lands on you, you're going to be in a bad way. And he's always improving everywhere as well. He's a fantastic fighter. So be good to see his push now into the rankings.
Great stuff, Owen. Congratulations to you and the team. What a week it was for you guys, from New York to Belfast, 2 very big wins. And keep up with the video blogs. I'm enjoying them. Great insight into what goes on behind the scenes, and I appreciate how much effort you put into them, you and your editor, your secret editor behind the scenes. So all the best to you.
As always, Adam, I appreciate Adam and Colin. I really appreciate being on the show, and
pleasure.
I look forward to doing it again sometime, hopefully.
Yes, all the best, and happy holidays to you and your family.
Thanks. Really appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right, there he is. Owen Roddy, the striking coach for one Conor McGregor. Fantastic stuff from them. A great week for the SBG team. Of course, they had the Charlie Ward loss. 2 main guys, though, Conor McGregor and Artem Lobov, with big wins in the span of a week. Okay, let's move along. One of the fights that we were looking forward to at UFC 205 was Tim Kennedy versus Rashad Evans. Unfortunately, on the Tuesday before UFC 205, we got the unfortunate news that the fight was off because of Rashad Evans having an issue with his MRI. The New York State Athletic Commission would not license him, and they pulled the fight. I actually saw Tim Kennedy at UFC 205 in the rafters, was visibly disappointed, although he was putting on a happy face. He was there with his lovely wife, and I wanted to talk to him about the whole situation, fighting at 206, where he goes from here and then some. So we are now being joined by the one and only Tim Kennedy from Austin, Texas. Tim, how are you?
Yes, I'm well. I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Are you cutting weight right now?
I am, yeah.
Okay. How much do you weigh?
This is my sad 205.
Oh, man. How weird is this? Because you made weight. You didn't get the fight, but you still made weight. You were a professional, and now you can't really get fat, right? Because you're fighting again. It's weird, right?
It's one of the best. Yeah, it's one of the best parts about fighting is the week, 10 days afterwards, where you get to, get to eat all the things you don't regularly get to eat. Especially here in Texas, I get bacon and brisket and ribs and beer and bourbon and all the other things that start with B's. But then. Yeah. Well, look, I'm having a black and blue coffee. That's what this is. The highlight of my day is a nitro brewed coffee.
Well, enjoy it. You deserve it. Let's start at the beginning of this. I was told, okay, so Dana White tells Brett Okamoto of ESPN that the fight is off. Then I start doing some digging, and I'm told that it is true, but I'm also told that you're in the air, you're on an airplane, and you don't know yet that you were going to land at 5 p.m., and with Twitter, text messaging, you probably were going to find out. Is that true? Did you only find out once you landed in New York?
Yeah, 100%. I had a bodyguard with me coming into New York because of this is the first time fighting since all those ISIS threats. So my bodyguard was connected to the Wi-Fi, and he had gotten a couple of text messages that, hey, what's going on with Tim's fight? And we're at 30,000 feet. We don't know what's going on. But as soon as, we get down and we land and my text messages come in, you were actually one of the first ones like, hey, the Rashad fight's off. What's happening? I might even attribute my finding out to that I'm not fighting at 205 to you. So I could maybe blame you a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah. So text messages and Twitter and Facebook are how I found out I wasn't fighting at Madison Square Gardens.
How do you actually deal with that? Upon landing, you're now cutting weight. This is a big deal. I mean, I think you actually said that you were coming out of retirement for this fight. What are the emotions that you experience at that point? You're now in a different city. You've made the trip. You've packed. You're all there, and the first thing you find out is that. I can't imagine.
I was pretty sad.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I don't know. I was mad, confused, trying to figure out what was going on. And then, I think what anybody that wants to fight is going to do. And I start, kicking the bushes, trying to get somebody to come out that was within 20 pounds of me.
Sure. I'm wondering, though, like, did you have a voicemail? Did you have a text message from anyone at the UFC, or did you call them and say, hey, what's going on here? Did they reach out to you at all?
No.
Is that disappointing?
Joe Silva, once I got a hold of Joe Silva, he was very forthcoming and direct. He's like, Rashad's not going to get a license. We don't know what we're going to do. I know I need you to make weight. So keep moving forward as if you're fighting on Saturday night. That was like the first conversation that we had, Joe Silva and I. And so I didn't know if that meant I was a backup for one of the other 85ers, because there are 4 85ers that night. I knew Jacare was in town and that he was making weight. So maybe that meant I was going to fight Jacare. I didn't know what was going on.
But how are you not told? Because like Jacare, Weidman, Romero, these are all very different fighters. Shouldn't they just put all the cards on the table and say, look, this is the situation. We want you to make weight. You might step in for this guy. You might not step in for this guy. Mentally, how do you start your weight cut, like the serious part of the weight cut, without even knowing what it all means?
When you're cutting hard, you're almost just so mad it doesn't really matter. now you just have something else to be mad at. You're like, oh, not only am I mad that I don't get to eat real food, I'm eating like a starving giraffe, or like a bird, that like a hummingbird.
Yes.
No, but hummingbirds like sugar, and I don't get that. So I don't even know. I can't even figure out a mammal that eats what we eat when we're cutting weight. Anyways, so yeah, it's just another thing. It's just trying, with the coaches, Greg Jackson, Brandon Gibson. Cowboy was supposed to be fighting Geslam, so we shared a lot of coaches and training partners, and they were there. So we started just kind of game planning. Okay, if I'm fighting Jacare, let's start looking at tape. This is what we're doing. Here's what we're going to change from the last time we fought him. If we're going to fight Yoel. And then there's rumors that Chris Weidman was hurt, so that meant maybe we're stepping up to fight Yoel. So then we're revisiting the Yoel fight. It's just every wheel of being a professional athlete, at that level is spinning, trying to figure out what the hell is going to happen.
Wild. So you got your show money, right?
Yes. Yep. Once I weighed in.
No win money.
No.
Do you get your Reebok money?
That's not even money, so I don't know what that means.
What do you mean? That's an actual.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, it's a check, but it's pennies.
Sure, but do you get it anyway, or do you not even care?
It's like $2,500. What am I going to do with $2,500?
No.
So after taxes and agents, that's like $800.
Sure.
So $800. Let's see. Maybe I'll buy a crock pot.
Well, the reason I ask is because I was saying this week that if you're ready to fight and you make weight, They were already allocating the win money to someone when they put together this fight, right? I mean, it was on the budget. Either you were getting a win bonus, or Rashad was. You make the weight, you got the show. Why don't you get the win and the Reebok money as well? I don't understand this.
Dude, I like where your head's at. You know what, Ariel? For so long, I didn't like you, but today I'm really liking you. I think I get the Reebok money. I just haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
It's $2,500.
You don't
so
care.
That's not even money.
Okay.
Yeah. The win bonus, that's a big deal. I would have liked that. And I was planning on dismantling Rashad in such a plumbatic, explosive way that I was also going to get the performance of the night bonus. And they're actually going to give me all of them. They're going to give me not only the fight of the night and then the knockout, and they're going to give me all three.
Wow. That's amazing.
First time in UFC history.
At what point did you find out that you're now fighting at 206 and it's against Rashad, that the dream of fighting at 205 at MSG was over and you've now been moved to Toronto? Was it post weighing in or pre-weighing in and you just had to weigh in regardless?
All right, so I weighed in at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, it was like 9:16 a.m., right? I was 185.6 or 8.
Yeah.
And then I said, what's happening? And they're like, well, there's a chance that you still might be fighting. I said, okay. So then I started rehydration protocols, getting ready as if I was fighting Saturday night. So micro meals, watermelon, pineapple, Pedialyte, watered down Gatorade, blah, 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 blah. A lot of disgusting stuff. And that went on all the way until about 4 p.m. Eastern time, when I finally got the text message from Joe Silva saying, you are not fighting at UFC 205.
Oh, geez. How did you react?
I went and I got the biggest steak at the nicest restaurant in New York City.
Well done.
Yeah. I put on 30 pounds in 13 hours.
Wow. And how much you weigh now?
205.
Wow. 30 pounds. That's insane. Well done. Did you have any reservations? You fought. You're friends with. Well, you have a history with Rashad. I don't know if I'd classify you as friends now, just because he hasn't been a part of the team. But it's not like there's any animosity there, I would think. And you hear about this MRI and the potential issue, and now you're fighting him a couple weeks later in Toronto. Any reservations there? Like, do you feel weird about it at all? Like, why is New York not letting him fight, but Ontario is?
They're not.
What do you mean?
I'm not fighting Rashad.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Who are you fighting?
I don't know.
The fight's off.
Yeah.
When did you find that out?
Yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
But I was going to talk to you. I was going to talk to you today, so I decided not to tweet you, and I just tell you live, so that I could drop a bomb on you. What do you think now? What do you think that, Ariel? Huh?
Well, you are a man of your word. Wow. Well, that's unfortunate. Why is he not fighting? Do you know?
I think it's brain damage. Welcome to the sport where we punch each other in the head.
Is his career over?
Man, when you have 2 back-to-back athletic commissions not issuing you a license, I don't know what that means for Rashad.
Oh, man.
It's a slippery slope moving forward for him. I reached out after I found out yesterday that we weren't going to be fighting. First and foremost, when we were in New York, I didn't. Yeah, it's a bummer. I wasn't fighting Rashad. I was excited to be on 205, but the first thing that went through my mind is Rashad okay?
Yeah.
We were training partners at Jackson's. I've known the guy for 6-7 years. And having an MRI come back and say, hey, there's something wrong with your brain. This isn't a good thing. And then an athletic commission being like, hey, we're not going to issue a license because there's something wrong with your brain. And now moving forward to 206, that was my question with Joe. I'm like, hey, if New York's not going to issue him a license, now that just makes it more difficult for him to get one subsequently, because every time you fill out an athletic commission license, you have to put one of the little boxes that you have to fill out, with words and letters. It says, have you ever been denied a license? And if so, for what reason? And that's a bad box to check. If you say, I haven't been issued a license, and then the subsequent reason, whether it's like you failed for a steroid test or whatever that is, that's a very bad thing. And now he's on the slippery slope where he has to click that box, check that box, and say he was not issued a license in the state of New York because he failed his medical and because of an irregularity in his MRI. Now, we don't know what that is because it's his medical file and it's none of our business. I just hope that he's okay. But now we have a second athletic commission that is saying,
Wow.
no, we're not going to give you your license.
Wow. Have you talked to him?
No, I texted him.
Did he respond?
No.
Are you going to remain on the Toronto card?
I'm cutting weight. I'm a skinny, dying little bastard right now, drinking cold coffee, pretending that it's delicious.
Have they told you that they're going to look for an opponent?
Yes.
Okay. Does it matter who it is at this point, or do you just want to fight? Like if they...
I wanted to fight at 205.
Yeah,
That's what I wanted to fight. I didn't come back for this baloney.
Did you come out of retirement for 205?
Yes.
Why didn't you retire after you didn't get the fight?
Because I'd come so far.
Yeah.
I'd cut so much weight. I trained so hard. I swear, Ariel, in New York, if I fought Daniel Cormier for the light heavyweight title, I would have beat him. If I would have fought Michael Bisping, that doesn't even count because that's such an easy fight. Somebody more difficult in the 185, like a Jacare, a really good guy. I would have won the middleweight title. If I would have fought Tyrone Woodley, well, I would never make 170 because I almost died making 185. But what I'm saying is, at 205, nobody was going to beat me.
Huh.
And now I'm just like, I don't know what to do.
Man. Well, I feel for you.
What should I do? You tell me.
Is your next fight going to be your last one?
Dude, if it keeps going like this,
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm going to get next one. It'll be like, hell, I'll just go back to shooting things. It's way easier.
By the way, the fact that you needed a bodyguard, is this something that you have to live with every day? Or is it, so is there one living with you right now?
Dude, my house, I should take you on a tour of my house sometime. It won't be right now because we're having bulletproof windows installed.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is my life, dude.
Wow, what happened to get to this point?
I've been killing really bad people for a really long time. I've been a special forces sniper for 15 years, and now I'm kind of like a celebrity on a bunch of different TV shows. And I haven't changed the narrative of what I think to be truth, which is that they're a bunch of little nasty assholes that do a bunch of nasty, evil things to the human race, and I don't like them. So they respond in kind. They're like, oh, we don't like that. So, killing a Green Beret is like a feather in their cap.
Sure.
They're like, yeah, we got one. But then getting a guy like me, where I'm on, like, I'm not only on the like celebrity lists because I'm an outspoken anti-asshole American, but I'm also a Special Forces Ranger qualified Green Beret. So.
Wow. So have you received actual threats?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so the FBI stepped up and let me know that they were trying to recruit somebody in Texas to come and kill me or my family. So, they had taken some measures to protect me and insulate me online. And then they recommended I do some things on a personal private level to protect myself. And then, so like for UFC 205, because like geotagging, if you look at social media, when I tag things, it's actually not where I really am. It's where maybe I was, but it's never where I'm going to be. Where at UFC 205, the UFC says, here's where Tim is. Here's the events that he's going to be at. Here's the open workout he's going to be at. Here's the media day he's going to be at. Here's the weigh-ins he's going to be at. In an area that has a bunch of radicalized fanatics. So it was just a recipe for a really bad thing to happen. And while I am working for the UFC, where I'm up on stage flexing, signing autographs, I can't have myself turned on. Like I'm not carrying a gun. I'm not looking. I'm not covering my back. So I had to have somebody with me that could do that for me while I was working at these events.
Wow. So,
the UFC.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The UFC, I'm actually, I'm not very generous with compliments. They were awesome about all of this. They Homeland Security contacted them and let them know that I was a threat. Wow. So the UFC paid to bring in one of my guys They gave him per diem, gave him his flight, gave him a hotel room, had him stay at the host hotel, actually had him fly on the same flight as me coming into town. I mean, just like they really went out of their way to protect one of their athletes, which is very commendable. I was like, wow, you guys are doing the right thing.
Wow.
Impressive.
Wow. Are you worried?
No.
What about leaving your family? Like you left, so you have kids.
Yeah. So
did they come with you to New York?
Yes. Yeah, my family almost goes with me everywhere.
Oh,
but
even the
sometimes
kids?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or they went to like their relatives' houses, like cousins or aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpa. But like I'm in Texas, and all of my neighbors in the area that I live, they all know who I am, and it's really hard to get into this area. And then once you get to this, I have a dog that's pretty much bigger than you, and another one that's maybe just slightly smaller. It's a gigantic stone brick house with metal doors and bulletproof windows and security cameras and movement sensors. And I have paid security guards that come through, and a gated community with my neighbors who are also ex-special operations, Navy SEAL guys. So the local police department knows who my house is. I'm on the little list of celebrities, so I get extra drive-bys. In other words, I am not the house they're going to come mess with.
Okay.
Wow. Like if they're like, man, we're going to go pick on somebody. Let's go do the dude that's a professional killer that's been doing this for 15 years that is now in the most fortified house in the Central Texas area.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to do that. They're going to go to a nightclub and they're going to try to kill a bunch of gay people because they hate them and there's no guns there. That's what they're going to do because they're impotent cowards. They're not going to come pick a hardened target like me.
Wow. It's never dull with you, Tim Kennedy, I got to say.
Yeah. Hey, so if you find out who I'm fighting
yes.
at 206, would you let me know?
I will get on that right away after we say goodbye here. But this is, wow, I mean, a lot of shocking stuff here. I do hope that Rashad Evans is okay, and hopefully we can get a comment from him. I hope that you're okay. By the way, is your bodyguard with you right now? Like, can he say hello or?
No. I'm at home. Home is safe.
Home is safe. Fair enough. And you want, just for the record, before we say goodbye, you want to fight at 206, right? You want to go through with this. So for the fans of Toronto.
I told Joe Silva. He came with a list of some people, and I said yes to all of them. It was a very short list.
Can you tell us who's on the list?
But Kevin Gesslem was the top.
Oh, wow.
Kelvin Gesslem. Yeah. I tried to fight him in New York.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I
185, right?
Yeah. I think they said he'll never fight at 170 again.
Yeah, they said that another time, and then he fought at 170, but maybe the second time.
Yeah, I will make weight.
Sure.
This has been a weird month where I made weight, and now my body weight shot back up, to not light. And then now it's it's just coming back down. I was worried for the past week and a half. I'm like, oh my God, am I going to have to do one of those really nasty hard cuts? But it's finally coming off, so I'll be okay.
And does this, are you a big Thanksgiving guy? Are you bummed that you can't enjoy?
Dude. Can I whine for
please,
25 seconds?
Please.
So after the fight, after 205, I was going to go to Disneyland. We had a suite booked in California, and then I was going to take my whole family up to Northern California where I'm from, and we're going to go do some wide tours, going to hang out with my family where my parents are in Central California for Thanksgiving, and then we're going to go up to Tahoe and spend 4 or 5 days up there. And so a little mini vacation just because I've been working so much, South America, Africa, the Middle East, this has been a pretty crazy year for me. And now I'm fighting at 206. So I canceled all of that and didn't. Yeah, that was a bummer.
Okay, 2 last quick things. Why were you in the rafters at 205? I mean, you were supposed to fight. Could we not get you a better seat? Why did I see you so high up?
That's where they so Cowboy and myself, they put us in a box up there.
Oh. So you were in a luxury suite.
Yeah, but it was empty. It was listen. It was not ideal.
Why? Were there fans around you?
There was no the box itself was not going to be used. I think they're using it for lighting. So there was people working in there. So once people figured out that Cowboy and I were in there, they started like coming in and like getting weird, and they're drunk. And like one guy, I actually like put his hands on me, and like he almost got nuked by my bodyguard.
Oh man.
So then we had to bring security. We actually had to go and find security and be like, hey man, you got a bunch of UFC athletes up in this box, and guys are just coming in. And most of those boxes like have food and like people serving them. But because it was vacant, because they were using it for lights, it was just like this empty box with a couple of chairs up there. I think they didn't know what to do with Cowboy and I, because we were going to fight. But then once we didn't fight, we didn't get our tickets that you get when you fight, you know? So like all of our friends and family that had come that maybe we were going to have tickets, we had to figure out where we were going to stick them. And so that was a disaster. And then when Cowboy and I, they just kind of stuck us up there. And so I don't know. It was weird. It was really weird.
Your poor wife, how does she deal with all of this? The threats, the bodyguard, all that. Did she ever say like, Tim, can you just chill out for a second? Can you just be like a normal guy?
Man, she met me like 2 weeks before I left to Iraq.
Okay.
And I got in like 80 gunfights in the 6 months I was there. So she knew eyes wide open what she was signing up for.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, so
this is not
no, she was a government contractor with a top secret security clearance doing Singar's radio fills when I met her. So yeah, she gets minimal sympathy from me when it comes to.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. Thank you for coming on and explaining all of this, and for breaking some news as well. Unfortunate news. I do hope that Rashad is okay, and I hope that you will remain on the card, because 206 needs you. We need you up in Canada.
I want to.
Canada gave you maybe your best fight ever, right?
It will be.
All right. All the best, Tim. Thank you very much.
Yep. Catch you later.
All right. There he is, Tim Kennedy, stopping by. Great stuff from him. We appreciate him coming on, and wish him the best, and also wish Rashad the best as well. Okay, so at this point, we were hoping to have Khabib Nurmagomedov on. He was, as you can see by the post on MMAfighting.com, the marquee guest on a lineup that is filled with all-star names, but New York Rick has just passed along the unfortunate news that we will not be having Khabib Nurmagomedov on, and this is obviously disappointing to not only myself, I think to a lot of people, because people were very excited to hear from him, the #1 contender in the lightweight division, as I called him at the top of the show. So I wanted to have his manager and good friend Ali Abdelaziz on to maybe clear this up. I'm a little confused. Ali, are you there?
Hey Ariel, how are you?
Ali, what's up, my man?
I don't know, man. It's like at first I want to apologize to you and the fan for Khabib not coming on the show, but it's just I'll be lying if I know why he didn't come on, and I think it's a whole bunch of mix of things, you know, and I just kind of want to apologize to you.
Oh, well, you don't have to apologize. I mean, it's not personal. I still feel
I do. I do. This is the first time ever I book a guy with you and didn't show up.
Yes, that is true.
It doesn't make me look good.
Well, so why isn't he coming on? I thought we got past our issues, whatever they may be.
Listen, man. Listen. You know, regardless your relationship, you and Khabib, I think your platform is the biggest. You know, and if you want to get a message, it will come through you, probably go to more people, and I agree with that. You know, and I think he just he just did so many interviews, and he did like an appearance in Russia, 13,000 people showed.
Yeah,
I think he's a little burned out a little bit, and he's kind of and I don't think it's so much you.
Okay.
At all. But I think you guys cleared the L, but I don't think you have anything towards you or anything like that.
Okay, so I shouldn't take this personally.
He's burned out. And he said, I'm sick. I'm sick talking about this chicken, the green chicken, you know? And he's like, I just want to relax a little bit.
So I shouldn't take this personally. This isn't a continuation of whatever issue we had before 205, which I thought we cleared it very well. It was entertaining. People liked it. We were honest. I think there's a lot of loyalty that is coming back. You got to work on it, and I appreciate that. But this isn't a continuation. This is him just not feeling in the mood on a Monday night.
No, man. No, listen, I don't remember. You did a lot for Khabib's career when he was injured. You interview him. You know, I don't remember that. You know, and that's why I always remember what people did for me. Not lately. all the time, and you've been awesome to Khabib and myself. But the whole thing is like he felt a little bit, you a little bit on the Conor's is wagging a little bit. But at the end of the day, Conor is the biggest superstar in the sport, and we understand you have to cover it more than others. And I think this whole thing is just gonna go away. But it's funny because he sent the Conor a direct message on Twitter yesterday, and he sent me a copy of it, and it was very, very funny. And he told him, he said, "Listen, you're the champion now. You need to defend. You need to die like a samurai. I say your Irish people have fought for a long time, and many of them die like men." He said, "Let me kill you. Don't die like a coward."
What?
It was very funny. I'll send you a copy of it.
Did Conor respond?
No, because they follow each other on Twitter, and I didn't know that. Conor's not gonna respond, man. Conor, Khabib told me. He said I talked to Dana White about Conor. He said he's pregnant. He's gonna take 9 months off.
Jeez. But there have been some tweets that have come up where not that long ago they were saying, "Oh, I'm going to come train with you." They seem very friendly towards each other. You've seen these, right?
Yeah, but it was funny because I thought it was kind of cool, but when we was walking in the weigh-in, the official weigh-in, it was me and Khabib and Conor and his team, and Conor was beefing with Woodley, and after that we walked by, and Conor was like, him and Khabib, I guess, I guide each other's, and Conor started saying, what? And Khabib ran straight to him, and he said, "I'll smash your face, you chicken." And I'll be honest with you, that's the truth. Conor react normally, go crazy and start throwing chairs and stuff like that. He did not do that, and I was there too, and I told Khabib, "Man, leave this guy alone. Let's get out of here." But Khabib, but at the end of the day, Conor knows what's coming. The UFC knows what's coming. Ireland knows what's coming. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before you kill the dragon.
He said that he said on Twitter last week that he's not going to fight again if he doesn't get the fight. So
he's not. Listen, just to let you know, Khabib will not fight again if he doesn't get a title fight. He doesn't give a shit who's the title fight against.
Yeah.
He will not fight. He's seriously, because listen, Khabib, financially is very stable, and let's not forget, Khabib's purse last fight, because he didn't fight for a title fight, he lost 80% of his purse, because his contract is very, very different. When he didn't fight Conor, that make his purse go down lost 80%. He only got paid 20%. I don't think it is about money. I think it is about just, Khabib's 24-0, 8-0 in the UFC. I think at this point, he deserves a title shot, But, Conor's team, they're very smart. They're going to do everything in their power not to fight Khabib. The same thing they did with Frankie, they dodge, and they choose opponent they can beat. But they didn't choose Frankie, and I think the thing happened with Khabib. But now it's different because Khabib have 150 million Russian behind him. The most unappreciated market to the UFC is Russia. Khabib can sell out a 100,000-seat arena, and the UFC need Khabib for Russia. The UFC is going to do great wherever they go, but they're very smart. They do their diligence, but it's no Russia without Khabib. Or I'm not going to say that. There's no big Russia without Khabib, because you will sell a 100,000-seat arena. Because if you go at appearance and 13,000 people show up, how many people are going to show up to see this kid fight? You have to understand, it's a little bit politics here. Khabib is the only caucus fighter to translate the Russian people. Regular Russian people, normally it's like, histories between Dagestan and Russia and Moscow. Now, Khabib, because he's charismatic, he's the first Dagestan fighter to cross. And now mainstream media is he's getting, he just showed me a jacket. Somebody gave him a jacket, a crocodile jacket for $65,000. But he said he's going to take it back and give the money to charity. The kid is, he's become this huge superstar. I was being told by a lot of people, he's he's more popular than even hockey players, by far. You know, but at the end of the day, this is a business for the UFC. They're gonna make money. They're gonna make the right fight.
What if it's interim title fight? Does that still get the same stuff out of the contract, or does it have to be like a real title fight?
It's about title for Khabib. You know, this is for Khabib to say, not me. You know, Khabib said, listen, I did everything. You know, said Michael Johnson has beaten Barboza. He dismantled Barboza. He beat Tony Ferguson. We all saw what he did to Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson is a great fighter. You know, and Michael, talk to the fighter in the fight, and talk to the promoter between rounds. You have to be one of the toughest mentally dude on the planet to do that. But the guy is like, he's a different level. I think Khabib can be bigger than Conor, because I think there's a lot more Russian people than Irish people, and there's nothing bad than having Ireland versus Russia.
Sure.
The great rivalry. I think the winner here is the UFC, and the UFC is going to make the right decision. But I think like this guy John Covenant, somebody needs bitch slap this guy. This guy talks so much shit. This guy, I don't know who gave him his black belt. He said Nate Diaz will beat Khabib and Tony Ferguson. He's out of his mind, man. This guy is out of his mind. You understand? He's out of his mind, because how are you going to say that about the guy 24-0, never lost in the UFC, never lost nothing in his life? You understand? And now when you're going to get the coaches want to come superstar and write books, you know what I'm saying? Who the only guy who won in his team? Maybe Conor, and the other guy just won the other day. You understand? They barely win fight. You understand? Focus on fucking fighting. Stop talking shit about fighters, especially, someone like Khabib. He gave him respect every time he see him. He doesn't talk shit to him.
Yeah.
You understand?
Hey, he didn't talk. I don't think he talked shit. I asked him his opinion, and so I can understand why you're upset there, because he said that he would win, but it's not like he went out of his way to disrespect Khabib. It was like me asking.
The reality is,
yes.
They're gonna say everything. Oh, he doesn't deserve it. Like Conor. Listen, before I don't say Conor is a good fighter.
No, I
say he's a good fighter, not a great fighter.
Lucky punch, you said.
Conor, I'm gonna give it to you. He's a great fighter.
Okay.
He don't win 2 belts.
Yeah.
He's a great fighter. But let's be real. Conor, he does not sleep well if he know Khabib fighting. He started a fight by this guy, because stylistically, it's the worst matchup on the planet for Conor. Conor know, his team know, but at the end of the day too, I respect Conor, because he's a great fighter, man. You just cannot respect this guy. You understand? But this coach, whatever John, whatever the fuck his name is, I have zero respect for this asshole.
Okay, but as of right now, there is no fight, correct?
It's nothing. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like Khabib sent him a message, said every time you got to look in the mirror. I got the message, sorry. He said every time you look in the mirror, you're not going to look like a man, because you know you dodged me. But at the end of the day, listen, Conor's going to get what he wants. You understand? But Khabib, too. Khabib is not going to go fight fucking any other guy. There's no belt on the line. He's not fighting nobody. You have to understand, too. Khabib is getting people crazy. Khabib is under UFC contract.
Sure.
I will never break a UFC contract on some other promotion. He got offered $5 million from some promotion in Russia to fight. You understand?
Wow.
This is how much of demand this kid can get. We will never do anything like that, because we're always going to honor our UFC contract.
So I'm happy to hear that it's not personal, although I do have my suspicions. Just remind Khabib again, and because I used to go through you, that when he was out for 2+ years, I used to have him on this show all the time, and people would say to me, Khabib again, when is he going to fight? Why do you keep putting on the show? So tell him to please look past whatever misunderstanding he may have.
I don't think. I'm seriously, because I thought earlier on today that when I text you, he didn't want to be on the show because he had beef with you. But he really burned out. He said, I'm tired.
Okay.
And he just want to relax. He's not going to be begging to fight Conor.
No, it's not begging. I just want to talk to him about coming home. I just wanted to have a normal interview, not to beg. I wanted to speak to him. I'm disappointed, but I understand. No hard feelings. Please relay that to him, and I'd love to have him on next week, the week after, month after, whenever he's ready to come on. One last thing before I let you go, Ali. Tim Kennedy was just on and said that the Rashad fight is off. Is this true?
I guess, he's fighting him. Yeah, it's off. But I'm going to tell you one thing about Rashad.
Yeah.
It was a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Toronto is one of the hardest commissions in this country. They don't even like MMA.
Yeah.
But Dana White himself, Jeff Nowitzki, Joe Silva, Dr. Davison, they take care of Rashad. He's going to be fine. Probably going to be back fighting in January or February max. Something, they have some in the oven.
Yeah.
He's fine, guys. Rashad is fine. There's nothing wrong with him.
Okay, for
There's
sure.
nothing
'Cause
wrong
it's
with
scary when you hear about the brain. It's a scary thing, right?
Yeah, but the whole thing is, the same MRI Rashad have didn't change before he threw one punch in the UFC.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why did Ontario say no?
But Tim Casey might have a new opponent, but we'll see what happens.
Well, he said that he was offered Kelvin Gastelum, and wouldn't you know it, you manage everyone. You manage Kelvin Gastelum as well. So is that fight happening?
Listen, I don't have a bad agreement. I don't have a contract. The fight was offered, but let's see what happens.
You're interested.
He has to accept first.
He accepted. He accepted right on the show.
Okay, I guess he accepted. he announced it then.
So there you go. We don't get Khabib, but we get some news.
I don't have a contract.
Okay.
I don't have nothing, and I think there's a little bit of hurdle with the New York Commission. We have to go past with Kevin before this fight can happen.
All right.
You understand?
I understand.
Very complicated. New York can make it harder for everybody, but hey, they put on an amazing show.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, and again, extend my respect to Khabib and tell him no hard feelings, and would love to talk to him sooner rather than later.
You got it, man.
All right, there he is. Ali Abdelaziz, manager for the likes of Khabib Nurmagomedov, Rashad Evans, Kelvin Gastelum, Frankie Edgar, and many more. Nice of him to provide an update. I'm sorry to all the Khabib fans that he is not coming on. I was looking forward to that. Let us move along now. One of the big winners on Saturday in Belfast was Gegard Mousasi. He exercises his demons. He avenges the loss to Uriah Hall. He was fantastic in the fight, after the fight. What a year for Gegard, and he is joining us right now via the phone. Gegard, are you there?
I'm good, Ariel. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. What a win. Do you now feel like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders? Can you move on with your life now that you got the win over Uriah?
No, it was nothing personal, It's just I felt I was a better fighter. I needed to prove that. And the next one, I want to fight someone who's going to get me the title shot. I don't want to fight somebody that's going to I need to beat and then again have to beat somebody to get the title,
Right. Did you get any insight into who that man is, who that man might be afterwards, or is it too soon?
Well, I don't know. I just heard Luke Rockhold is coming back in February, March. That's when I'm planning to fight. I'm gonna take a break, and it's too soon for me to fight now. I'm not gonna fight anytime soon. I'm gonna take my break, and hopefully March. Nothing confirmed, but that's the fight I'm looking for.
Ooh,
or a big fight.
Right.
Or a big fight, Big fight big name.
Sure.
Anderson, those fights always make sense, Anderson is a big name. Nick Diaz is a big name, but that's he fought middleweight, but I would love to fight him middleweight if he fights.
Okay. So going back to Belfast, when you were in the cage there with Uriah again, did it feel like the same guy? Did it feel like Japan all over again, or was there something different out of you, out of him?
Well, I think he was sharp. He was, he knew the only way he could beat me is with kicks or spinning back kicks. And that was he was looking for, But I felt he was a little bit nervous because he was throwing that kick too many times. But, he scratched me a couple of times, so he was very close to landing that kick, you can't take that away. So but this time I was cautious. First time, I wasn't cautious. I wanted to fight. This time, I thought I'm not going to take any risk. Once you take risks, you leave yourself vulnerable, and you're gonna get caught. But if I keep it technically, these guys cannot hit me.
What kind of week was it for you? Because at the official weigh-in, not the ceremonial weigh-in, it seemed like you were a little upset. You didn't want to pose, things like that. Was it a tough week for you?
Well, my wrestling coach wasn't there. I do usually weight cut with him. My doctor wasn't there.
Oh.
And the scale that I had was fucked. So I lost 2 pounds extra. So I was really, I was in a bad mood.
Oh.
And so messed up with that and, fucked. So I don't know. But we made the weight, recovered. It took a longer time to recover. Normally within a couple hours I was better. It took me until night before I felt really good again. So
Why wasn't your wrestler and your doctor there?
Well, my coach, his dad was here for some operation. My doctor had some work issues, and but I have a complete team. But it was that was a little bit, and of course the scale was not good.
Oh no,
but we're gonna buy a professional scale, those who wrestlers use.
Yeah.
So I fucked up there, but a lesson to be learned.
How were the people of Northern Ireland towards you, considering the little issue that you had with Conor McGregor?
The people are very nice and friendly. Nothing big, but you had some people booing. Hardcore McGregor fans, but they're passionate fans. I like that. They come. They're Irish people like to fight.
But never did anyone really bother you or say anything to you? It was all kind of
course
friendly.
not. Of course not. Come on. Everyone is tough on Twitter or Instagram.
That's right.
I say in 10 years, 15 years that I'm fighting, never a fan has come up to me and said, "Oh, you suck. I hope you get knocked out." Never. But behind social media, they're tough as hell.
Is it fair to say, Gegard, that losing to Uriah was maybe the best thing to happen to you, considering what has happened since?
No. Because before that, I was already fighting smart. Against Philippou, I fought very smart. That's the way I needed to approach Uriah Hall the first time. But, I got some complaints before that fight that it was a boring fight. So I wanted to step up and destroy Uriah Hall, but I paid for that. My style is different. I take my time. So I'm back to that. I'm not gonna. Sometimes you just make mistakes and you lose the fight. But no. I feel like since Jacare fight, I had 7 fights. 7, all of them performance were dominant. If it was finish or decision, I'm dominant.
Okay, what about this year? Because now you're done for the year. Where does this one rank? I know you were very disappointed after the Hall loss. Maybe you say you don't learn a big lesson, but is this one of the best years of your career to go 4-0, 3 finishes in your last 3 fights?
No. I had many other big wins in Japan. 4. I had one time 5 fights in a year, I believe.
Yeah.
Something like that. So, I can fight a lot. For me, it's no problem. But, with UFC, it's a little bit different because there's a lot of build up to that. So the pressure and the nerves are a little bit more than normally. Japan, you would just go fight. Nobody gives a fuck. You just do your thing, you go home. But here is build up. People, you have to deal with social media. You have to hear everyone's opinion. So it's a little bit difficult. There's a lot more on the risk.
Sure.
So that's why it takes more energy out of you. Otherwise, I could fight every week. Fighting is not difficult. I fight every day in training.
Sure.
But it's the build-up and the pressure and what's on the line that makes it the build-up. That's the thing.
You mentioned Jacare. You fought him twice. You beat him once. He beat you. Does a third fight with him interest you as well? Because I feel like that's a possibility too.
Not at this moment.
How come?
If they give me the fight March, I take it in March.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Last time I fought Jacare, I didn't want to fight, but the UFC Dana White called me personally. On the pressure, I said, okay, I fight, and then the fight got postponed 1 month later. I was already. I wasn't in the mood of fighting. I was just coming off the Mark Munoz fight, and they called me, come fight. So I'm 1 fight left to fight for the belt, I believe.
Right.
So I'm gonna take the fight when I'm ready. I'm not scared to fight anybody. It just I have to be smart. I rather face Luke Rockhold, someone like that, because I feel there's much more to gain.
And don't you have just 1 or 2 fights left on your contract too?
Well, I got 1 more left, I believe.
Wow. So do you think that it's hard to get the title fight if you're going to be a free agent? So do you think that they're going to try to talk to you about signing a new deal before your next fight?
Well, I don't know. My goal is if I fight Luke Rockhold and I beat him, I'm the next contender.
Sure.
That's my goal. That's my plan. So if they want it or not, they have to re-sign me, I believe. But, that's my goal. Fight Luke Rockhold, and then get the next shot.
Are you open to signing before you have that next fight, or do you want to become a free agent and see what's out there?
Well, I'm gonna fill the contract out. I feel confident that I can beat anybody. So,
Sure.
But I'm gonna take it when I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna rush. The last fight is, I'm ready. I feel I'm in shape. I can fight anybody, but under my circumstances also. I'm just not gonna just whenever they call me, I go to take the fight. This
Sure.
is important. This fight is the next one to get the belt.
Yeah, because in the past you've done that, right?
Well, stupidity. I said, Gustafsson, I fought without an ACL. My knee was popping out. I went and fought him.
Yeah.
How stupid is that? I come from an injury. I go fight Machida in Brazil. I've done those things. And
Right.
where did it get me? I got losses, and then at the end of the day, they're not going to say thank you for stepping up. They're going to say, well, you lost to this guy, So, I'm going to be smart about it.
Yeah, you have to be selfish now with your career, right?
You have always to be selfish. No one gonna after this career. No one gonna say thank you for your job.
Sure.
All you're gonna left is what's left is your friends, some stupid memories, and some stupid belts maybe. But whatever money you made. So I'm not here for fame or whatever. I'm here for that belt that's gonna get me a nicer car.
I love the message to the middleweight division. It was classic. I'm coming. What the fuck? I'm coming. This is great. This needs to be on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I'm ready. I have no injuries. I feel in the best shape of my life. And, style makes fights. And everybody is beatable. Every fighter that I see, if you fight a certain way, you can defeat them. No one that I haven't seen that I thought, okay, this guy is really unbeatable,
Right.
Everyone is beatable.
It almost felt to me, correct me if I'm wrong, walking to the cage, you were in a bit of a better mood come fight night. You were sort of taking it all in. It wasn't quite like the Gegard who just woke up and, didn't have a reaction. You had a bit of a reaction. Am I wrong here?
I don't know. For me, it was the same.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Maybe I'm looking into it a little too much. But I did enjoy the post-fight interview, by the way. That was one of your best ones, I thought.
Which one was that? I don't know.
The one with Dan Hardy. In the cage.
Dan Hardy. Oh, yeah. I like Dan Hardy, and he's a nice guy, I don't know. I'm here to fight. What the fuck? One more fight. One more fight. That's only my concentrating is one more fight. Do the right things to win that fight, and then title shot.
What did you say to Uriah after the fight? I saw you guys taking a picture together, the press conference. What did you say to him?
Well, I said to him, I said certain things in media. Don't pay a lot of attention to it. I got a lot of respect for you, and thank you for the rematch.
What did he say to you?
Well, he said he thinks I'm going to be champion. So,
oh, wow.
I don't know. Nice words to each other. Nothing hostile. He's a good guy.
Do you think that it's inevitable that you'll have to fight him a third time because he gave you the rematch, or are you not interested in that ever again?
Well, at this moment, I'm in the 5.
Yeah.
And he's lower, and I think I revenge. So it's nothing to gain.
Okay, fair enough.
If I lose 1 or 2 and he wants his rematch, but this fight wouldn't happen if the main card wouldn't have fell off,
Right.
I don't think the UFC would have made this fight. So it was circumstances that I fought him second time.
And by the way, earlier in the show, we spoke to Lyoto Machida, who you've talked about in the past. You know about his suspension. I asked him about what you have said about him, and he didn't want to respond. He says he has a lot of respect for you, and he thinks that maybe you were upset about the fight, wanted a rematch, but he didn't want to address the accusations. So I thought you'd want to know that.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't wish him any bad things, I hope I felt 18 months is a lot of for the suspension. I didn't lie, but I said I really believed it.
Sure.
So, and I got nothing. The guy you have to give respect. I got nothing against my opponents. Everyone who I fought, this is sports, nothing personal. So I wish he will return and sooner than the 18 months. But he got his suspension, but he will be back.
Yeah, it actually says a lot. It sounds to me like you kind of a little bit maybe feel bad for him. Is that accurate?
Yeah, of course. Bad. I think 18 months is too much for what he got.
Okay, fair enough.
For what he used, and he said himself that he's using those supplements. I think it was too much for that.
Okay.
I think the punishment was too hard. So maybe 9 months would have been nice. I don't know. Maybe he, who am I? But I think 18 months was too much for that, for Machida.
By the way, you keep mentioning March. Do you want to fight in London? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I believe Michael Bisping doesn't want to fight in January. He want to enjoy holiday or whatever. He said he want to fight March and something like that in that area.
Okay.
And it's in UK again.
Yeah.
And, fighting in home country is going to have advantages. So if he fights Yo Romero in March, I would love to fight with the co-main event and then decide who's next.
Okay. Fair enough. How are you spending the holidays? What does Gegard Mousasi do for the holidays?
Well, nothing. I'm in the gym again now.
Oh.
I'm helping friends. It's training and just buy new farm, milking some goats, and
You milk goats?
Kind of
You don't milk goats.
I'm not gonna. They have 4 sheep. I can have them, but if I keep them, my brother gonna kill them. So
What?
I better give them away.
You have 4 sheep?
He loves to kill sheep and eat it. So.
What are you talking about? Are you serious?
No, yeah, of course, butcher and then eat like normal stuff.
Sheep?
But,
Lamb?
yeah, sheep. Yeah, lambs. Yeah.
But don't you live in an apartment?
No. I live in I live in a normal house.
And you have
I'm
sheep?
gonna buy a farm now.
You are?
They
Where?
have sheep. Yeah.
In Amsterdam?
Maybe not. No. 1 mile from my previous house.
Wow. So you want to actually farm animals and grow your own crops and eggs and things like that?
No, none of that crap. Just the land is nice. I'm gonna do some I don't know, grow some plants, maybe get a dog.
Wow. Why? Why do you feel the need to do this?
The house is big enough for me and for my brother, for my family. So it's not one house. It's gonna be 2 or 3 houses.
Okay.
That's on that ground. So I'm gonna live with my whole family there.
Wow. That is something else. That is very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you the best with that.
Thank you.
Yes. By the way, are you going to go to the Badr Hari Rico Verhoeven fight?
No, but I do go tomorrow train with Rico Verhoeven.
Oh.
So
You're going to be a sparring partner?
Yeah, we're gonna spar tomorrow.
Why don't you go to the fight? Isn't it in the Netherlands?
No, it's near Germany.
Oh, that's right.
I don't care to. Just see it on TV, it's easier.
That's true. You're 100% right, Gegard. Gegard, it is such a pleasure. Always, it is a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win, and enjoy the holidays, whatever those holidays may consist of for you. And I look forward to you getting that big fight in March.
Thank you, my friend. Talk to you soon.
All right. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Gegard Mousasi. He's getting a farm, maybe with sheep, without sheep. I'm not quite sure. His brother eats the sheep. Very strange. But wow. This is quite the revelation from Gegard Mousasi. All kinds of news breaking on today's show. This is very exciting stuff. Okay, let us move along. As you may recall, one of the big stories this year has been the MMA and UFC debut of one CM Punk. It finally came to fruition on September 10th in Cleveland, Ohio at UFC 203. Since then, we haven't heard much from Mr. Punk. Yeah, we've seen him do some Chicago Cubs broadcasts here, some tweets there, but nothing really talking about, where he stands in the sport, what's next for him, etc. So I wanted to have him on the show, and he is kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. Mr. Punk, are you there?
I am Mr. Helwani. How are you?
It is a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, no problem. I got to apologize. If I sound weird,
yes,
it's because I'm sick. So
what's wrong?
It's just a cold. It was 73 degrees one day, and then the next day it's 30 degrees. So that always kicks me right in the ass.
Perhaps it was all that celebrating outside, the Cubs, taking off your shirt, running around. Any of that come into play?
No. I was there for Game 7, 6 and 7. I was in Cleveland, so I was. I remained fully clothed, leaving the confines.
Any truth to the maybe assumption that because it happened in Cleveland, and you've talked to me about Cleveland being not so kind to you, that it felt extra sweeter to beat them in Cleveland?
I put a lot of unnecessary pressure on myself in that whole situation because I was like, blame myself if the Cubs lost. But no, it was just a pretty awesome come from behind victory. Like I wouldn't have had it any other way, and I wouldn't have expected it to go any other way. Is that in a nutshell was an entire Cubs season in 7 games.
Yes, and you did call it. In fact, it is pinned on your Twitter profile, so people can check that out. But honest question: have you noticed a difference in the way people are in Chicago after the win? Are people in a better mood? Are they still riding that high?
I don't. I by no means do I want to get political on your show, but everybody was very happy until the election.
Okay.
And then everybody got very sad again.
Okay, I can understand that. Kind of the same case.
Yeah,
here in
Chicago's a very democratic place, so
sure.
Everyone's it's kind of overshadowed it, but the Cubs won the World Series, man. That's it's cool to be able to just say that.
Yes, and you did have 1 week at least of celebrating, so thank God it was a week before the election. Okay, let's get down to the nitty-gritty because you have remained relatively quiet after the fight at 203. Is there a specific reason for that? Did you just want a break? Did you want some time off?
Yeah, but also, when you get beat up, you don't really have a lot of room to talk, do you? So,
sure.
What am I going to say? I more often than not don't really have a lot to say anyway recently. So, yeah, I think it was just I've been doing a lot of eating and a lot of hanging out with my wife and my dog, and catching up with friends and stuff. I'm sure most people listening to this know, when you dedicate yourself to a fight camp, everything stops. I got to thank my wife again, for cooking meals and putting up with odd hours of training and sleeping and, walking Larry in the morning and at night and all kinds of fun stuff.
Okay, so after the fight, like in the media room, when you met the press conference, you put on a brave face, but you were clearly bummed. I mean, the idea that, oh, good for you, you did the fight. I mean, it felt, at least to me, like it meant nothing to you, and you were very emotional after the fight. What was it like when you got back to the hotel? The next morning, you wake up, the fight is over, it finally happened, it didn't go as planned. The days after the fight, how did you digest it all?
I just got back on my horse and worked, I drove home, I think, Sunday, and, I was back training Monday, I stayed in Chicago, but I was training, I felt like I was in the best shape of my life still. So I just kept after it, I think that's the best thing to do. And after you lose, it didn't go my way, but, the strides were made over the last, year, just learning and all the knowledge I've gained. And, I was in such good shape. I didn't really want to kind of lose that.
Have you watched the fight again?
No.
Not once?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you ever will?
No, I was there, man.
No interest?
No, I know what I did wrong.
How many times do you think about it? Do you think, is it impossible to get, just replaying the sequences, the beginning of the fight, middle of the fight, the finish? Do you think about this a lot?
Yeah, I do. It doesn't haunt me. It doesn't plague me or anything like that, but it's just like any day in the gym. You know what I mean? I just got home from the gym, so I'm playing back things I did well and things I did wrong. I think that's just if you're a competitive person and you're an athlete, I think you constantly do that without beating yourself up. Like I said, it doesn't haunt me, but I zigged and he zagged and I got taken down, and it's just I defended to the best of my ability. But Mickey Gall's good.
Was he better than you thought he would be?
I mean, it's hard to answer that because I didn't think he was the shit by any stretch of the imagination. You know what I mean? I think he was prepared, and I think I was prepared, and I it is what it is. There's a winner and there's a loser. I was a loser that night.
So some have, I guess, openly questioned the attack to come out that aggressive, right? From the get-go. Was that the game plan, to come at him that aggressively right from the beginning of the fight?
Yeah, for sure. Because things we saw Mickey do. Everybody kind of let him in, you know what I mean? Everybody kind of, you come out and you meet in the corner, you slap hands like and then, okay, let's fight now. And I just think that was something that we didn't want to do. We didn't want him to get comfortable because of the experience level. I figured I would try to make him uncomfortable right off the get-go, start him off on the wrong foot.
And so then it plays out the way it does. You have the little, I guess, talk with him, which I thought was received very well, and he seemed to receive it well. Afterwards, he calls out Sage Northcutt. He's now fighting Sage Northcutt. I know you've never fought Sage Northcutt, but you have fought Mickey Gall. Do you think he wins that fight?
Hard to say. I unfortunately missed Sage when he was up here training. I think Woodley had him.
Yeah.
For his karate background and stuff like that, and I was eating pancakes in Chicago, so I missed out on that. I think that's a pretty even fight. What are the odds saying?
You know what? That's a great question. Maybe New York Rick can help us with that. I do not know what the odds are for that fight, but I will pull them up.
I'm not sure, but I mean, off the top of my head, I know the one time Sage has lost has been to. A ground submission. I think he got arm triangled, and obviously Mickey's a beast on the ground, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah,
and also it's at 170. He lost that fight. There are no odds according to the site that I'm going to right now, bestfightodds.com, but maybe someone else has them. You said that
Sage is normally a lightweight, isn't he?
Exactly. Yeah, and they're fighting at 170 this time.
Oh, well, good for him. He doesn't got to cut weight.
So you said you just came back from the gym. You're still working out. Are we talking about Rufus Sport, or are you going to a gym more local, closer to home in Chicago?
Oh no, I'm in Milwaukee right now. Yeah, Rufus Sport.
Oh wow. So have you just been going there since the fight, or did you take a break?
I took a break from Milwaukee. Because the plan was to always go to Cubs games in October, so
okay.
I kind of took October off from Milwaukee, but I'm back.
Wow! So do you just live in Milwaukee now?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, not. I mean, I got I got a place in the Hamptons. I got a place in Chicago. We're looking to move to Australia now that the election has gone the way it's gone.
We welcome you in Canada, by the way.
Oh, do you?
Yes, we do, with open arms.
Are you a diplomat? Is that official? Can I just kind of shimmy over the border?
They've sort of sent me here to clean up the mess that is the United States. The good people of Canada.
But you live in like New Jersey, so I don't know what.
Well, I'm sort of been sent here to work on behalf of the great country of Canada, but that's a different story for a different day. So everyone wants to know what is next. Dana White has been asked about you multiple times, and no real definitive answer. So here's the first question: do you plan on fighting again?
Yes.
Will that fight be in the UFC?
To me, yeah, but that's up to Dana. And I had a good conversation with him. I told him, hey, if you want to cut me, yeah, I get it, but I'm fighting whether it's for you or somebody else. Now I don't got an agent. I don't got a manager. I'm like Bill Murray, just with a lot less money and not as funny or as famous,
Right.
But I told him I want to fight again. We're back at it. We're back to the drawing board. So it's up to him. And he floated me an idea, and we're kind of going back and forth on it right now. So, I'm at the point where I kind of want to get something on paper. So, you might hear an announcement in the coming weeks. I really don't know, though. There's no timetable, though.
So when you told him that you want to fight, you're not stopping, even if he cuts you, you're still fighting. Was he receptive to the idea of having you back?
I don't want to speak for him, but it didn't. You know, I think if he wanted to kill it, he would have killed it right then.
Sure.
You know? But yeah, you never know the way things are going. I mean, you know, Dane's a friend of mine, so it's always a weird thing because you know I grew up in wrestling, taught not to trust promoters. You know what I mean? So there's always that little thing. You know, and until anything's official, you know, I don't want to say either way what he's thinking or what he's saying or anything. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that it'll be in the UFC.
Are you able to share what the idea is that you guys are working on?
No, we're still talking about that. That was, you know, it's a private conversation. You
Fair
know,
enough.
it was a good one though.
I had to ask. You know that.
Oh, of course.
When do you think?
I expect nothing less.
When do you think you'll fight again?
If it was up to me, I'm trying to think in terms of food schedule. You know, let's see. I can just pig out on Thanksgiving and then skip Christmas. So, you know, maybe January or February. You know, it all depends on who it is, where it is. You know.
So that soon? You want to get right back in there?
I do. I really do.
Okay. Do you feel like you have that itch? Like you're starting to really crave having a mission, having a target, having a fight, having the date. Are you sensing that?
Yeah, for sure. I think I just train a lot different when, you know, I could tell the stark difference between when I was just kind of like floating around, going to the gym and learning, and then when I had a date and an opponent, there was just a different focus and different intensity. I think I need to get that back. You know, for the first time, everything else was great. Everything was dialed in. You know, weight cut was I think maybe easier than it should have been. I think I'm going to try to do things a little bit different this time, and maybe come in a little bit heavier and cut maybe a little bit more weight because I didn't really have a problem with that. But yeah, everything was good except for that one goddamn takedown.
Any chance you fight at 185?
You know, the original idea was always, you know, because I've trained with like Luke Rockhold and stuff like that, and he's just such a big dude, and I'd be like, man, he fights at 185, like I just can't imagine, you know. So to me, it was 170, so I could be in, you know, the best possible shape, and you know, but I wouldn't say no. You know, but I mean, if I put a percentage on it, maybe 80-20. I mean, it depends. It really depends on who the opponent is.
80-20 in favor of 170, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
For sure.
And so I'm wondering, you know, obviously you were emotional after the fight because of the journey and everything, and you were talking about your wife, and I thought it was a great scene, but were you emotional maybe because you thought that was it for you in the UFC? In other words, on fight night, after the fight, did you think that the dream was going to come to an end right then and there? And are you at all surprised that you're maybe going to get a second chance?
Now, well, for anybody listening to me talk about this for the first time, you know, the destination was always fighting.
Right.
You know, like I say it now, like second fight, whether it happens in the UFC, it's going to happen regardless. First fight was going to happen regardless. UFC just made me a business offer. You know what I mean? So I wasn't emotional because I thought a journey was over. I was just bummed I lost, and I lost pretty spectacularly. You know, like I mean, you gotta kind of be honest with yourself. You know, like you know, I'm not to compare myself with greats like, you know, Carlos Condit or Robbie Lawler or anybody like that, but you know, this shit happens, and it's just like you can beat yourself up for weeks and months, but it's like that's the fight game. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes you slip on a banana peel, and sometimes you know, the other guy gets off first, and that one punch is all he needs, and you know, sometimes you grapple with somebody who's way better than you. You know, it's just like great, way better fighters than me have lost in a shorter amount of time. You know what I mean? So like, you kind of got to put it in perspective. I was just bummed that I lost.
Okay.
You know, I didn't want to let my team down. I still feel like I owe it to them to get a W, and that's the goal.
You're going to remain with the team, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. And are you like the idea, if it doesn't pan out with UFC, the idea of even going like a local show, not televised, you're still doing this. We're like, just to put this definitively, that second fight is coming whether anyone likes it or not.
Yes, I'm not. Like I told Dana straight up, because when you're friends with somebody, you can talk to them. And I was like, look, I'm not saying this because I don't want you to not cut me for fear that I'm going to go to your competitor. Like that's not what I'm not trying to leverage you or anything like that. Like this is what I do now. This is what I'm going to do now. If I can do it for you, awesome. If not, I'll still bug you for tickets to your show.
How's your body feeling? Like, how did you recover? Are you feeling okay now?
Yeah, I feel great. Same old. Like I got some bumps and some bruises, but considering I had back surgery in February, that's still like an evolving thing, and then my back gets better every day.
And how's the ear?
Oh, totally fine.
Okay, that's not something.
I mean, for as gruesome as that looked, like I was fine the next day.
Was there any part of you, because this was your first fight on such a big stage with so many people watching, was there any part of you that had to deal with, I don't want to call it the embarrassment, but just like you lost and it wasn't the way you want? Did you was it humbling for you? How would you describe having to deal with that? Because that's an emotion I feel like you never really had to deal with before.
I wasn't, embarrassed, really, so to speak, more disappointed. And I think the most tremendous thing about this entire, if you want to call it a silly thing about me fighting, was I was either going to win or lose on the biggest stage. You know what I mean? So there really wasn't there's no amateur career. There's no let's fight on smaller cards and let's get the losses out of the way. It was just like I was just all in. You know what I mean? I just pushed all my chips in the middle of the table and said, well, let's do it. If I win, boom, there's all the glory. And if I lost, there's something I got to deal with.
Just wondering, do you have a preference as to who you fight next? Is there someone on your mind?
No, I haven't really even thought about it so much. It was just. The process is about me and just getting me, better and, getting the loss, I guess, out of my system and, eating waffles and crepes and beignets and donuts. And I can go on and on if you want me to.
How much do you weigh now?
About 190, 195, depending on breakfast.
That's not too bad. Okay, so last thing for you. Do you feel like the experience of actually being in the cage, this is a real fight, your first pro fight, has it made you a better athlete in the gym? Do you feel different when you're at the gym as opposed to when you were preparing for the fight?
Yes, absolutely, for sure. I think I can take what happened to me and realize that, there was a point where I probably could have calmed down a little bit. I was probably a little bit of a spaz. It's like you almost kind of want to reset and you almost give up. That takedown. You're just like, shit, okay. Instead of worrying about what's in front of you and doing what the necessary steps of what you need to do to get back to your feet, like you almost kind of shut down there for a second. Who do you think I should fight? How about that? What, you got any names? I'm asking everybody.
At 170?
Yeah.
Man, putting me on the spot here.
Well, you put me on the spot here.
Yeah, I know, but
it's only fair.
I feel like you were prepared for that question. I wasn't prepared. How about George St. Pierre?
Okay, let's do it. Canada.
He's looking for a fight.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right.
He wants one. No, that is tough. Well, it's hard to find someone, who's you got to fight at your level, right? And now you're 0-1, so we got to find someone who's in that vicinity. Doesn't have to have the exact same record, but with 3 or so pro fights, I wonder if it's once again someone not in the UFC. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who knows?
Fascinating. Well, this is exciting. This is exciting stuff. I had no idea.
What did you think I was going to say?
I don't know. You're a man of many interests. You can go in many different directions. I think this is exciting stuff. So I'm happy to hear. I wish you the best. And when you do have that news to break, you're always welcome to come back on this show and break it.
Oh, well,
you knew that already.
Yeah. We'll come back and we'll talk.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Again, happy holidays, happy Thanksgiving to you and your wife, and Larry, of course, the real star of the family. And enjoy it, and don't eat too much. And good luck in training. And we look forward to your second pro fight now.
Thanks, Ariel. I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, there he is, CM Punk, breaking some news here as well. A lot of big news coming out of today's show, as expected. Says that he will fight again. Says that it's looking like it will be in the UFC. That he's confident, I believe, was the word that he used. And now here we are. Where's that fight going to be? When's it going to be? And more importantly, probably most importantly, against who? And which promotion? I mean, it does seem, we'll hear from the UFC, Dana White has been non-committal as far as his future is concerned, but has never shut that door. And that is very notable as well. Okay, let us move along. In the middle of today's program, I was actually approached by Manny Gamburyan to come on the show. He said he wanted to talk about a few things. Of course, as you may know, he announced in the cage on Saturday night in Sao Paulo, Brazil, that he was retiring from mixed martial arts. A tremendous career, 35 years young. Currently, the record is 15-10 and 1 no contest. You'll remember that he was a finalist on The Ultimate Fighter Season 5, my favorite season of The Ultimate Fighter. Suffered an injury in the finale against Nate Diaz, fought for the WEC title. Nothing to scoff at, and he wanted to come on. More than happy to give him some time. So we're now being joined by Manny the Anvil Gamburyan. Manny, are you there?
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Where are you?
I'm in LA.
So you're back home?
Yeah, back home tonight.
I appreciate you coming on. I congratulate you on a fantastic career. I'm sorry to hear that you've made the announcement, but it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, from the night of the fight, the scrums and all that you just feel like your body can't keep up anymore. You've been through so much as a fighter that this was the right time to walk away. Is that accurate?
Yep. And my whole body hurts, and I don't want to wake up limping. I don't want to wake up sore and tired, and it hurts over the years, I guess. Over the years, my body got tired, and I felt like this is the time to retire. I had a tremendous career. It was fun, 25 years for sure.
And was this something that you were planning on saying and doing regardless of the outcome on Saturday?
Nope. I didn't even know. I swear to God.
You just said it.
After I injured my knee, that's the whole point. I want to be on your show. That I want to let him know that it wasn't a punch. It was my knee. I popped my knee out.
In the fight?
In the fight. And I fell on my back, and he started punching me, and ref stopped the fight.
Wow. And what happened to your knee? Do you have any idea?
If you go on my Facebook page,
okay,
you can check it out. I think it's my ACL or MCL. I'm not sure. I think it's the MCL.
And so is there any possibility that you were just in pain, you were emotional, and that you may not actually be retired? Or do you feel like you're going to stick to this?
As of right now, I am. I feel like it hurts. My body hurts, and it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Over the years, training, kind of got me.
And how are you coping with this? Less than 48 hours removed from announcing that you're, all you've known for so many years is MMA fighter, UFC fighter. How are you coming to terms with it?
It's not an easy thing to do. If you're a mixed martial artist, it's the worst day in your career that you're gonna say you're not gonna be able to fight again. But it is what it is. I don't want to be a 40-year-old man with major injuries or bad injuries of, I don't know. I already have enough injuries on my back, ankles, shoulders, backs. It's just not fun anymore.
Yeah.
Waking up, like I said, limping all the way downstairs. Sometimes I can't even carry my baby for at least half an hour.
Wow.
Until my body can wake up. Are
you worried about the future?
Not really. Not really. It's just the future. It's gonna be different. Do I want to at least be part of someone's life and help him or her
get better or, be part of training camps. Maybe, maybe not. As of right now, I want to be on the sideline a little bit for sure.
What do you think you're going to do? Like, how are you going to make a living? What are you going to do in life?
Maybe I want to open up my gym, but not at this exact moment. I wanna just be on the sideline a little bit.
No, but like, are you going to do something completely out of MMA? Try to get a different kind of job, work in a different industry?
We'll see. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
This all happened so fast.
No, it's not so fast. It's just I made a decision in the octagon. I looked at people, and I said, you know what? If I can't get a W on my best day, what am I doing in the octagon?
And you
I
felt,
can only imagine my worst day.
Sure, and you felt like you were on point. You felt like you were in top shape.
I felt great, man. You don't understand how good I felt.
Sure.
I mean, it was without Mike Dolce cutting the weight. My brother Mike Dolce couldn't make it to Brazil. Everyone was kind of worried. Even my wife was worried. Even Batiste was worried. I wasn't worried at all. I said, you know what? I need to be prepared to go to war alone. So I made the weight. I felt great. The early weigh-ins was like something crazy. It was amazing.
Oh, you liked it?
Man, it gives you extra time to recover.
Sure.
It was best in the world. And so, yeah, it wasn't easy, but it's never easy for me to make 135. You never know. Like I said, never say never. If I ever thought about even coming back, I'll probably come back 44 or 55.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting in the scrum. Everyone was asking about if you come back. It's weird in combat sports that we can't just take an announcement that someone has retired at face value and just, accept it and move on. It's like already we're asking you about your comeback. You just retired. It's strange.
Yeah, as of right now, yeah. I feel like I can't force myself, and I don't want to force myself. And do I love the sport? Not only I love it, I'm obsessed with the sport.
Right.
I've been fighting my last couple of fights with serious injuries, and it's not fair. Like I said, at the end of the day, my body needs rest too. Grinding for 25 years every single day, it's not easy.
Do you leave with your head held high? Are you content? Do you have any regrets?
Regrets is about my last fight right now. I feel like, it was a good first round, and then people thought I got dropped with a punch or a kick or anything like that. It wasn't punch, people, nothing. My knee popped, and he took advantage of it, and they stopped the fight. That's about it.
Right.
Congrats to him. He was a good man. He came and he talked to me, and he was actually kissing my right hand nonstop for like a couple of minutes.
Wow. How nice.
I know I was hitting him hard. I was trying to knock his head out, and he was doing the same thing.
And I have to ask. Go ahead. Sorry.
If anyone wants to look at the replay, they can go on my Facebook page at MannyGamburyan.com, and they can look at the video that you can even look at in slow motion. That I didn't get punched. Nothing. I blew my knee out. I can barely walk.
Do you need surgery?
So much pain. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We're getting an MRI probably, hopefully, whenever the UFC calls me.
Okay.
I'm going to get the MRI and go from there.
And you so now that, at least for now, the career is done, you look back, favorite moment? What's your favorite moment?
Man, I have so many favorite moments. Every time I made weight, I stepped in the cage, octagon. That's my favorite moment. It was always an honor being part of the UFC. It was people's dream to fight in the UFC, and I fought so many times in the UFC. I got used to it. Even though if I ever, like I said, come back, I won't fight anywhere else. It's got to be UFC 100%.
By the way, I have to ask, did you just wake up? You seem like a bit. Are you on painkillers or something?
No, I just woke up.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of napping. I'm still on São Paulo time.
I got you. Well, it was good to catch up. I do appreciate you coming on, Manny, and I congratulate you once again on a great career, a fine career. You have nothing to feel down about, and you gave us some great memories. So kudos to you, my man, and I wish you the best. And I also wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me on. I always got my back.
Yeah, for sure. There he is, Manny Gamburyan, announcing his retirement on Saturday in the cage following his loss to Johnny Eduardo. All right, in a few minutes' time, we're still around 15 or so minutes away. We'll be joined by Mark Hunt. But before we get to Mark Hunt, here's some more news for you. Just announced by the UFC Espanol Twitter page, BJ Penn is fighting Yair Rodriguez on January 15th in Phoenix. BJ Penn versus Yair Rodriguez. Now, we on this show expressed some concern with the matchmaking of BJ Penn versus Ricardo Lamas. That fight did not come to fruition. Now they have matched BJ Penn, who has not won since, I believe, 2011? Against rising star, dynamic striker Yair Rodriguez, who, oh, by the way, is a Jackson's fighter. BJ Penn was at Jackson's. What? Mr. New York Rick? What do we make of that? How that part just occurred to me. I don't think your mic is on.
Oh, it's on.
What is this?
I don't know what to do anymore.
This is a shocking what is this?
I don't understand. I somehow convinced myself that the Lamas fight wasn't like the worst possible thing they could do.
What is happening
But
here?
I think this is even worse.
Okay, let's play devil's advocate. Is there any part of this that you like?
No. Because Yair is in a spot where beating him doesn't mean much at this point because he's a prospect. He'll bounce back. He's still so young. It's not the type of fight that really does anything for BJ Penn's legacy or really gauges where he is right now. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
So that tweet has now been deleted.
I think they've redone it now.
Oh, so it's still real.
They didn't delete it because all of a sudden BJ Penn pulled back out.
Oh, well,
UFC just tweeted it.
They just
11
tweeted
seconds ago.
UFC Phoenix lands epic featherweight main event as Hall of Famer BJ Penn battles promising prospect Pantera UFC. That, of course, is Yair Rodriguez. This is just... Look, I have the utmost respect, and BJ recently tweeted something to me where he said, like, oh, you didn't have my back because I made a crack about the BJ Penn website, which I'll say has gotten better, but still, it's better from the dark days. Still not where it needs to be when you are representing a name like BJ Penn. When he lends his name to you, I hold it to a higher standard. That's really all I was saying. But anyway, I don't understand this need to put him in there against killers. Wait a second. Now the UFC tweet is gone. What is going on? They just deleted it on the spot. You see this?
I'm hoping that BJ Penn DM'd them and said, let's hold our horses here. Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously happening. They wouldn't have those snazzy posters made already. This is crazy. Look, we wish him the best. He is a legend. He is the prodigy. I just don't like on paper. This is MMA. This is a sport where you wear 4-ounce gloves. You could punch a guy. He could be done in 10 seconds. I just don't understand. Why not ease him in? Why not? The Dennis Seaver fight was the perfect fight. Now, he may not be available, but why not ease him in? And then when you consider the fact that the great equalizer in all of this was like, okay, those of us who did not want to see him back, I think I speak for all of us, we said, you know what? Part of Jackson's, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. One of the best coaches, best teams in the world. Let's see how he performs. He's now fighting a Jackson's fighter. You understand? So let's say he goes with Jason Perillo, right? Let's say he goes with the Southern California team, the Ruka team. The Jackson team was in the process of remodeling him. You know what I mean? So they now intimately know who BJ is. So not only is he fighting someone who on paper is a young, up-and-coming prospect, undefeated, who's looked fantastic, dynamic, all that stuff and more. He's now fighting against guys who were just with him for several months.
I don't understand.
Crazy.
Is this unprecedented? I can't think of anything like this before, where as somebody who's reaching the tail end of their career is advancing in age, their opponents are getting younger and younger. I've not heard of such a thing. Now, he didn't end up fighting any of them. He didn't fight Seaver. He didn't fight. He's missed Lentz. He's never fought Lentz. He didn't end up fighting Lamas, and now Rodriguez. Who's next?
Cole Miller was in there too.
Yeah, who's after this? How can they get younger? Are they going to get a 20-year-old prospect that nobody's ever heard of?
What are they trying to do? You can have a rejuvenated BJ Penn. You get him one win. You can have a real, all of a sudden and I wanted to talk about this article on the new ownership. This outlet called Fast Company wrote this great. Why
did you say it like that?
Is it not called Fast Company?
I know, but this outlet called, like, would you say like this outlet called MMA Junkie had written about?
I don't know Fast Company. Why?
Oh, it's quite well known.
Whatever.
Industry trade.
Okay, industry trade. Look at you, Mr. Industry.
Okay. Anyway, sorry.
Does my audience?
I'm sorry.
What?
It was just weird.
I'm sorry if I don't read Fast Company. I'm not pretending to be.
It sounded weird.
Okay, Fast Company, as we all know who they are, on equal footing with the likes of GQ, the Pulitzer Prize, and the Nobel Peace Award. They wrote an article, a profile, if you will, on WME, IMG, and in particular Ari Emanuel and Patrick Whitesell. And two notable things, in my opinion, and I'll tell you why this relates to BJ. Two notable things from that article that I came away with was, A, they actually finally put a number on Fight Pass. They reported that Fight Pass has 450,000 subscribers, while also reporting that WWE Network has a little less than 2 million. Now, I tweeted this and everyone got all offended. I wasn't necessarily comparing the two. I know they offer two different products, but I did think it was interesting, especially since I feel like I'd been led to believe that Fight Pass had more than 450,000. And the other thing, and I'll get your take on that if you want, but the other thing I thought was interesting was it gave us some insight for the very first time into what the new ownership group plans on doing with the UFC. And my takeaway was, they're not necessarily in it to advance the sport, expand the sport, make it more legitimized, as was the case when Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta and Dana White bought the UFC around 16 years ago, and they had a lot more work to do because it was essentially banned all over the world. They had to, run towards regulation and try to get the weight classes sanctioned and all that stuff and just make it a uniform sport. So obviously they're in a different spot. But my big takeaway was they're going to try to put on, the most outlandish fights, marquee fights, biggest fights possible, regardless of if it makes sense via the rankings, regardless of if it, actual makes sense from a meritocracy standpoint. It's no longer going to be 1 versus 2 and then 3 versus 4 and they're going to work. And I know that's kind of been a shift as of late, but to me, my big takeaway was the sport is changing and it's going to be less sport than ever. That's how I read it. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah.
They're going to move away. So like them bringing back CM Punk makes sense. Them trying to bring back Ronda makes sense. Them allowing Conor McGregor to do what he wants makes sense. Them exploring Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather makes sense. All this makes sense. BJ Penn fighting makes sense. Not in this kind of fight, but it makes sense. And so I feel like if you're getting frustrated with, and maybe I'm wrong here, that's just the way I read it. If you're getting frustrated with, Khabib not getting a title shot, and I'm just throwing this one out there because he's, him and Ferguson are the. If you're getting mad about that, I feel like it's going to become the norm, that they're going to go more towards just entertainment. Biggest fight possible, that they make the most amount of money possible. Nate Conor 3, which makes no sense at this point, as opposed to, the number one contender, even if he's not a big draw, fighting the champion. You get what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
Do you agree?
And yes, that was my interpretation of it. They talked about making entertainment events much more so
all that stuff
than anything to do with competitive sport. And to be fair, this is a foray into a larger league, into a very defined sport at this point, whereas the other opportunities that they had been trading in and dealing in before were almost purely like television and fashion and movie entertainment products. So this is, a new realm for that. But yes, it did seem like, the focus on biggest names and brightest lights and those types of things are going to be what kind of drives the product from this point
Is
forward.
that worrisome?
No,
or have
because
we been moving in that direction already?
I think we've already crossed that threshold. I don't think this is anything that's popping up brand new. I think we were on our way to that.
By the way, totally stealing this from our buddy Sean Sheehan. Artem Lobov versus BJ Penn is the kind of fight they should be making, right?
I think there's 100 guys that we could name that they should be doing, and the last two have been whiffs.
What the heck?
I don't get it.
On here?
I
And
really
also,
don't.
why is he in the? He shouldn't be in the main event. He shouldn't be carrying the card. They got it right the first time.
Well, I'm not going to go that far. If you put BJ against somebody else, put him in the main. Look,
They got it right the first time, though. The first time was right. Put
know.
him in the FS1 prelims on a big pay-per-view where the spotlight is completely away from him against a non-Jackson fighter. They got it right the first time, and they've increasingly got it wrong every other. Seaver to Miller was a mistake. Miller to Lamas was a mistake. Lamas to Yair was a mistake or is a mistake.
Nah.
I don't see
Disagree.
one per.
Just scrap.
All right. Now you're back.
He's going to be plus 1,200, and I'm laying money on it. Let's go.
Now you're back.
I'm back. You know what? Enough with the moping. The prodigy is back. We're going to do it.
Wow. This is quicker than when I turned on or against Kristaps Porzingis, and then a minute later I was like fully on the bandwagon. This is almost quicker than that.
No, because now everybody's down on it. You know what? Not even one person can
Not
come
even
to
one
his defense.
person. You need to be the guy.
I'm coming.
Yeah, he needs you right now. All right?
Just scrap. We're doing this.
He needs you. Now more than ever. How does he win? Come on. Tell us.
Yair's gonna throw something crazy, right? Maybe like a rolling thunder kick.
Yeah.
He's just gonna catch it, right? He's gonna take him down. He's gonna work to side control. Maybe a Kimura, and then he's gonna because there wouldn't be much blood. Maybe it's a bloody fight. Maybe he gets him in the sub and licks the blood off, and then we got ourselves a big underdog winner, BJ Penn via submission.
There we go. You heard it here first. Don't say we didn't tell you. We're on board here at the MMA Hour. Okay, you can call Mr. Mark Hunt now. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. All right. Well, the UFC is back in Melbourne on moving along. What a transition that is. They're back in Melbourne on Saturday. Second show in Melbourne. Of course, the debut was last year, UFC 193. That was headlined by Ronda Rousey versus Holly Holm, one of the more shocking moments in UFC history. Also, Joanna Jędrzejczyk versus Valerie Letourneau. That was a great fight. The other big fight on that card, Mark Hunt fighting Bigfoot Silva and putting a rubber stamp on whatever feud they had. Speaking of Bigfoot Silva, he just fought in Russia. Bizarre fight. A knock him out, drag him out fight. He dropped the decision, but he is still fighting even though he is no longer in the UFC. So this time around, they're not at Etihad Stadium. They're at Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne. And the main event is Robert Whittaker versus Derek Brunson. Fantastic fight, a very important fight at 185 pounds. And originally, this card was supposed to be headlined by Rockhold versus Jacare 2, which is also a fantastic fight. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Now, the rest of the card is a little bit thin. There are some interesting names, there are some interesting fights, but it's a bit of a stretch from last year at 193. John Herrera against Ben Wen. That's an interesting fight. I'm looking for the silver linings here. Chris Camozzi against Daniel Kelly. Daniel Kelly always seems to rise to the occasion in Australia. Kyle Noak against Omari Akhmedov. And always fun to watch Jake Matthews. He will be fighting Andrew Holbrook. But I have heard from some of the Aussie fans, they were hoping to get another big fight after the Jacare Rockhold fight fell through, but that is not going to be the case. They're not getting it. And also notable, by the way, speaking of cards, speaking of upcoming events, we are officially 2 months away now from UFC 208. UFC 208 is happening January 21st in Orange County, California, the Honda Center, the Pond, home of the Anaheim Ducks. And as of right now, there are no fights added to that card officially. And what's interesting is if you look at the rankings, if you look at the top fighters in the UFC, all of them have either fought or are about to fight. I mean, it's fascinating. So heavyweight, Stipe Miocic. Cain Velasquez is fighting Verdum December 30th. And so he's obviously not going to be ready to fight the winner of that. That's the number one contender fight. He's not going to be ready to fight on January 21st. Light heavyweight, Daniel Cormier is fighting December 10th. Middleweight, Michael Bisping has already said that he is not available to fight on January 21st. Let's put aside welterweight for a second. Lightweight and featherweight, Conor McGregor just fought. Bantamweight, Dominic Cruz is fighting December 30th. Flyweight, Demetrius Johnson is fighting December 3rd. Women's strawweight, Joanna Jędrzejczyk just fought. Women's bantamweight, Amanda Nunes is fighting on December 30th. Welterweight, could Tyron Woodley come back? I guess against a Damian Maia, I don't know, against a Wonder Boy, but he just fought as well. So all the champions have either just fought or are about to fight. And so my proposition is, this is the time to do Chris Cyborg, 145-pound title in OC. She's a big draw. This is when you do the fight. This is when you pull the trigger on it. And if you could get her the belt, whenever she fights a Ronda, if she fights a Ronda, or I don't know, a Holly, or a returning Miesha Tate, or Amanda Nunes, I mean, pick the name. It will be even bigger because it will be champion versus champion. So just get the belt on her. Stop making her cut an extreme amount of weight. Stop making her fight in an arbitrary weight class. You say that you don't want her to fight at 145 because there's no weight class there. Well, there's no 140-pound weight class as well, and she's already fought there twice. So if they're going to stick with that card, and by the way, that's the same night as Bellator in Inglewood, California. Same night, Bellator, Inglewood, California, Chael Sonnen versus Tito Ortiz, which is interesting because Tito is the Huntington Beach bad boy, or was the Huntington Beach bad boy, who has done very well fighting at the Pond, but he's fighting at the Forum. And that card is free. This is the debut of Chael Sonnen against the UFC pay-per-view. That is fascinating. I'm fascinated to see how the ratings breakdown was on Saturday with UFC on FS1, Bellator on Spike, and the boxing fight out there. I don't really think it really put a dent in what either promotion did. I think that was a great fight, but a hardcore fans fight. And here you have a situation where the UFC is on pay-per-view. Bellator is on Spike with the debut of Chael. They need something big. I think the only option is Cyborg at 145 for the belt. It's got to be for the belt. That's my take on January 21st. We'll see what happens. I know they've sent out some feelers, but nothing concrete just yet. Let us move along. Let us go to the phone lines. I was just talking about Melbourne. I was talking about, the UFC coming back there and probably needing a name or two. A name that they could have used was Mark Hunt. That is obviously not happening. It's been a while since we talked to him, around 3 months or so. Wanted to catch up with Mark Hunt. He joins us now via the phone. Mark, are you there?
Hey, Darren. Hi.
How are you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm still alive, man. They can't kill me.
Okay. There's a lot to talk to you about. What has life been like for you since we last spoke around 3 months ago? You came on the show, one of the most memorable interviews in the history of this program. You were very upset. I've never seen you like that before. What has it been like since then?
It's been just people just, for myself, it's been normal stuff. People just talking about steroids and how they should try and make it, how I got cheated and all that sort of jazz. And they just keep going on about the whole scenario about steroids. That's all they talk about when they meet me. So that's basically my whole scenario is, has the UFC fixed up the steroid use in their company? That's all I've been hearing all the time.
Are you tired of hearing about it? Tired of hearing about 200 and Brock Lesnar and steroids? Is it consuming your mind too much?
Well, I've already, like I said, I don't really. A loss is a loss to me. I mean, but when I get cheated, like I did, like the last couple of times, it doesn't sit well. Exactly like with the fight with Bigfoot it ruined the fight. Every time someone mentions that fight, it just ruins my thought about that fight because there was steroids involved in it. So at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, I put shit behind me and move on, or try to move on as quickly as possible. But this has lingered on a bit. Trying to sort it out, you know, with an even playing field with the sport. You know, trying to change my contract so I get a fair go. That's what I've been trying to do lately, and that's what's going on. So.
Okay, so after the interview that day, the UFC finally reached out to you, right? You were upset that no one had contacted you. They contacted you after the interview, correct?
I think it just took a while. I think probably they had a lot going on with the company and things like that. But yeah, they called me later on and said nothing can happen until Brock Lesnar has his day in court, and things will be sorted out then. I still feel we should have harsher penalties in MMA and in the sport. There should be no tolerance for cheaters, especially in the sport, especially with fighting. When you're hurting someone and these guys deliberately go and enhance themselves to hurt people, and I feel they should lose everything. They shouldn't get any money, anything at all from it. They should just be penalized and even put to court. It's yeah, and I don't think it's I still don't think it's fair, and still they're trying to change things to make it an even playing field. It's not easy, and but still that's what I want to happen. So it's still a work in progress.
And have you talked to the UFC about these ideas about wanting to change things? And do you think that they are open to enforcing stricter penalties, really cracking down on people who are cheating?
Well, I mean, I've been talking to my lawyers and they've been talking. I mean, I do feel like in one case, I don't know why, you know, the Domata Athletic State Commission get money from all these dopers. Why do they get if the UFC based its policy on the World Anti-Doping Policy, then why does the Athletic Commission get the money? Why shouldn't the guy that fought the fight or trained hard to get that fight, why does he have to miss out on getting paid?
Yeah.
No, who makes these laws up?
Right. No, you're right. There's a lot of flaws in the establishment that is MMA. And you...
Yeah, and it doesn't take much for some of these big bosses just to change this shit. I mean, the only one losing out is the cheaters. If you're going to make a cheating fighting championship, well, then make one and say this is called a cheating fighting championships. And then so all the guys that aren't doing it, aren't cheating, can go and have a fair go on the other side. It's just, you know, I was told before about, you know, Michael Bisping in his eye, he had like 7 dopers in a row, but, you know, I mean, he's a champion now. He should be speaking up about this sort of jazz and saying, well, he is actually, but he should be trying to change these laws and making it a lot harsher and giving the normal guys a fair go. I mean, like I said before, does it have to take someone to die for the shit to be looked at properly?
And we were told recently that they reached out to you to fight maybe Josh Barnett or Junior Dos Santos potentially on this card in Melbourne. Is that true? Did they actually offer you a fight recently?
Yes, he's offered me 2 fights. You know, I missed out on a lot of money because I'm trying to change these things. You know, they asked me to fight Barnett in Melbourne. You know, Barnett's got a history of doping. I still didn't have anything put on my contract to put a clause to make it a fair environment. So I said no. And they offered me another fight in, I think it was Canada, against JDS. And I said, well, I'll take this fight, but you put in a clause saying that if he is doping, then I get all his money. You know, I don't think he should get any benefits at all. And the answer was no. Well, actually, there was a lot of other stuff put in which we shouldn't have probably put in, but the answer was no. So, you know, I mean, that's what basically happened. So I missed out on 2 fights already.
Are you surprised that they're coming at you and just saying like, oh, here's another fight, and thinking that after everything you've said and done since this all went down that you're just going to take another fight? Like, that doesn't seem, at least to me, like a proper way to resolve the situation or make you happy. Just offer you another fight with the same stipulations.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not about making me happy, though. It's about making it fair.
Sure.
This isn't a sport of it's a hard sport in its own essence. You know what I mean? It's hard to even be at the top level and compete. You're having to compete against these cheaters. So, it ain't fair at all. So, I've been fighting for a long time now, for a very long time, and I'm one of the oldest fighters in the game. And, I've had enough of fighting these dopers. It's just, it just doesn't make it fair. You get injured, and one injury could really fix you up. So, it'd be good if everyone was like an even playing field. And, I'd like things to change a bit. I like to be clauses in the contract so there's a safeguard that 2 years I don't think is enough penalty for these cheaters. If you can consider, the guy fights against someone else and takes the guy's eye out or he kills someone, 2 years is nothing. There should be really, really harsh penalties, especially because this is fighting. This is brutal. It's a brutal sport.
Do you get the feeling that they're open to changing these things, that they're open to putting these ideas of yours in the contract, or do you think it's not going to happen?
Well, it's not my ideas. I think it's just fair. I hope they're open to change these things because it's just a black eye in the sport. If you want to make it a cheating sport, well then tell everyone it's about using steroids and cheating. Every other sport, like I said before, every other sport goes on and slams these cheaters. But they don't go inside the octagon or the ring to hurt people.
Yeah.
They're racing, they're bike riders, they're swimmers, they're all others. They race against time and other opponents. Whereas MMA fighters, we go out there to hurt each other. My intentions of fighting is, and I love fighting, of course, don't get me wrong, I love what I do, and I go in there to hurt someone. So enhancing yourself with performance-enhancing shit it doesn't make it fair on the side. And like I said, UFC should, back the guy, the clean guy, the guy that's going straight and doing things honestly.
Sure.
Not the guy that's cheating.
Have you talked to Dana White? Sorry, go ahead.
No, Dana doesn't talk to me anymore. It's the lawyers that talk to each other. So
okay.
I'm just trying to come to a resolution here, like I get a fair go. I'm not going to compete in a sport anymore that does not give me, a fair go. I'm in a contract that I can't get up there. We're not, I want, if they fire me, I could go somewhere else. At least if I go somewhere else, I know that I'm competing in a sport that's not really monitored in a different company. UFC has got the most money. They're the ones that's got the most protection here. But even then, it's still, why do they allow these people to have bans to have waivers, 4-month waivers when they say that, well, we're here to protect the fighters and we're going to look after you guys. We've got all these drug testing in, but we'll give this clown Brock Lesnar a 4-month exemption. What is that rubbish? Anyway.
Are you planning on suing the UFC?
As soon as we find out what happens with Brock Lesnar, of course. I want compensation for what's happened, and I want to change either that or release me from my contract. I already asked for a release a long time ago. Like I said, if you're not going to make it an even playing field, a fair go, you're not going to put a clause in my contract that says that he has more of a harsher penalty that makes me feel a bit more better. Well, then why should I compete? I'm already in a contract that I can't get out of. And the thing is, that the way I look at these is, why should my family miss out? Why should I miss out on chasing my dreams because of these dopers? And people say, well, Mark, you knew that he was doping before. And well, no, I didn't. I didn't test him myself. I assumed he was. Look at him. The Gibbs fucking 300 plus. There's no way that guy is not on steroids. Coming from WWE, which is an entertainment sport, which is not even real competition. And the fact is, if he was doping and they gave an exemption, of course I'm going to sue them. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go back and work in this environment and fight another doper who could take my eye out and then nothing happens to this clown? The guy goes away and says, oh, well, I get a 2-year ban. Don't worry about it, sweet. I'll just sit around 2 years and stick more needles in my ass. Think about it, man. If you look at my perspective, What would you do?
Oh no, I 100%.
I mean, I'm trying to change things. I'm trying to help my situation get better. And the way I look at it is, I don't understand why they don't just change these laws and say, well, the only one losing out if you put this clause in the contract is the dopers. I don't understand why the Nevada Athletic Commissioner should get any money. Why should they get money? They don't even compete in it.
Are you frustrated in the sense that you feel like you're on an island by yourself, like you're yelling all this stuff, you're saying all this thing, and the show is still going on, and it will continue to go on, and you're not getting the support from the fighters that you need to actually enact change? Do you feel that way?
Well, not really, man. I mean, like I said, I stand for what I believe in.
Yeah.
Those fighters say they're fighters, but they're not fighters. They're only fighters in the octagon. I'm a fighter all over. I'm a fighter when I'm outside the octagon, inside the octagon. I don't give a rat's about all these. I mean, they can do whatever they want. Some of these guys fight this and that, but I need my job. Whatever, man. You know what I mean? Shucks. You think I don't need a job yet, so I'm standing up for what's right?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't, that's on them. If they want to stand there and go and pretend nothing's happening, I mean, it's just a matter of time before it happens to them. I mean, it's probably already happened to them. It's, they won't speak up about it. Like I said, I'm a fighter inside and outside the octagon. I think that I've been, that's the third time that this has happened to me with a dope. I probably fought a lot more dopers than I realized. And I'm glad that I lost to Broccoli's. I'm glad that I lost in saying that, well, it's time. This is the reason why I lost. I don't need to be competing with steroid users. It's not fair anymore.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, well, either release me from my contract and, and you can keep your cheating competition to yourself and I can go on my own merry way, or we can change these things, and make things a bit even for the normal person.
How many fights left on your contract?
I've got 5 fights left.
Oh, okay.
They've offered me 2 fights. So I said one no, and then I said yes to the other one if they put this clause in, and it didn't happen. So it is frustrating to try and do this, and hopefully these new owners can. Well, they probably haven't talked about any change, but who knows?
And so, if they did release you, would you want to even fight for someone else, because other people aren't, at least being overseen by USADA, and they don't have as strict penalties? What would you do in that sense?
Well, if I get released, that's good. I can go somewhere else. At least I know that I'm competing in a competition where these guys are doping.
Okay.
I have the strong chance of them doping. At least I know. I mean, you think that having like all these rules in place and these things to look after these guys, it's working. But the penalties need to be harsher. Yeah.
And Brock's hearing in Nevada keeps getting postponed. That's got to add to the frustration, I would imagine. Like, there's no end in sight here.
Well, no, it's just making me laugh because the clown and all his freaking flunkies are trying to find different ways to find a way out of the hole. It's like they're trying to say it's asthma, they say it's cough medicine, is fucking feet gel. Just tell the truth, it's fucking steroids. You're sticking needles in your ass, bitch. That's what he's doing. That's all he's been doing, like the rest of these cheaters. There should be no leniency for any of these guys. I don't know why the whole world looks as though it's okay to cheat. Yeah, go to pro wrestling and cheat. That's fine. You're not hurting anyone.
Do you know when his hearing is? Like, when it's actually going to be? Have they told you?
I think my lawyer said some date in December. She's going to go and have a look. I think. This is a joke. These guys are just a joke.
Do you expect anything?
Ruin the sport.
Yeah.
And just a joke. That's all they're doing, is just ruining the sport.
What does your gut say? What do you think happens?
My gut says that these clowns are going to worm their way out of it like they do all the time.
Yeah.
They say it's some sort of dick pills or something. Typical losers, freaking cheating ways. They always say some sort of rubbish. I wanted you to tell the truth.
So now that you don't have a fight coming up and you're in limbo, how do you spend your days? What are you doing to get by?
I do a lot of gaming. I play a lot of Counter-Strike. I'm actually just training. I'm actually on the coast just trying to get back to training. And, you know I'm going to be fighting soon. You know, whether it's a UFC or not, I don't care. But at least I know I go in with my eyes open to a different. If I go to a different company, I go with my eyes open, knowing that these guys are, well, pretty much not knowing, but majority of them are cheating. And you know, at least I know this. Well, then I can't complain after this.
Is there a deadline in your mind? Because I mean, at some point, something's got to give here. If let's just say. You know, like you say, if I don't get anything resolved by this month, I'm just done? Or how are you going to handle this? Because you just don't want to be in limbo forever, right?
Well, I can't do anything. I mean, UFC's got me in a contract that you can't get out.
Sure.
I'm in a contract that I can't get out of, and I can't go work anywhere else. So you look at my situation, and they say, well, you can't go work anywhere else. What are you going to do? Well, how about you guys change my... You put a clause in the contract to make it fair for me, fair for all the fighters that aren't cheating. You know, unless you want your company to be known as a cheating competition, which basically everyone else in the whole world is saying, well, it's fucking ridiculous. They're all cheating anyway at their competition. Well, we're not cheating. Not all of us are cheating. You know, don't put me into that fucking category where all these scummy dogs are cheating, trying to get ahead. That's all they're doing. So that's where the situation sits. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to get myself sorted here. I got this. You know, I'm in a contract that I can't get out of, and I feel strongly about and upset that I have to. You know, I say, why should I miss out on chasing my dream to be the best fighter in the world? And why should my family miss out because these losers? And I don't understand why the company just doesn't put the clause in. Or some clause that says that he loses all his money.
Right. And
if they say, well, it's a law says it goes to the Las Vegas, Nevada State Athletic Commission, why? Why does it go to these guys for? They don't hop into the octagon. What do they do?
Sure.
Why should they get any money?
Yep.
I don't understand who makes these laws up.
The system is definitely broken. What about the association talk, the union talk? Are you still in favor of that?
Well, to be honest, what I'm doing is trying to sort out my situation first.
Okay.
You know, like I said, I got a family to feed.
Yeah.
And as soon as I sort that out, I mean, I got to go to work somewhere. I might even have to go working on the doors again. Not the freaking nightclub doors. That sucks. But like I said, I feel strongly about this, and I don't want to be competing, you know, and having to lose an eye and not be able to compete again because the other guy's doping, and then have to wait for this sort of outcome, and then maybe he gets off.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen anymore. I don't want to compete in an environment that isn't fair anymore. So, I mean, fighting's hard enough as it is.
Sure. Last thing, Mark.
I don't understand why these guys don't just change and put these clauses in place. So, yeah, that's what we're trying to do here.
Have they tried to make a deal with you? Like, okay, we're going to give you some money to move on from this. Something will change it. Have they budged at all, or has it just been, you know, we're not doing anything at this point?
We're just talking. We're just talking. There's no bribes, nothing. You know, I won't take a bribe anyway. You know, you pay what you owe. The compensation is that loser got freaking whatever he got, and he shouldn't get any money. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
I feel he should lose all his money. And that's what I should be getting paid. And that guy should get nothing. I feel any of these cheaters that do cheat, you know, they should get nothing. I mean, like I said, we lose 20% if you don't make weight. How about they lose everything if they try to cheat?
Sure.
If they're caught cheating. If they're caught with performance enhancing like steroids and shit, well, take everything away. They don't deserve it.
You make a lot of sense.
They don't deserve it at all because, yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, then why isn't... That makes so much sense. It's easy. Is there cheaters all over the place? Why isn't things just change real quickly like this? I don't know if it makes sense. It makes perfect sense that a guy using steroids, performance enhancing, should not get any income because that's why he's trying to do a financial gain to start with.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that you have fought more than 3 people who have been cheating over your storied career. I feel like it's a lot more prevalent.
Well, you're probably right. Like I said, assuming that these guys are doping and knowing is different. I assume a lot of stuff, but when I see someone that's doping, I go, well, that guy's cheating.
Yeah.
And why, so I have to compete against these cheaters. Well, let's just try and change this. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put systems in place that I don't get another guy or percentages are the guy that I do fight next to is a clean person or a person that's not on steroids. All these clown cycle of steroids, so they come off looking clean. But, we all know you're cheaters, bloody scumbags. We gotta get rid of these scummy dogs,
We do, Mark.
Clean this sport up. So clean this sport up and make it even, right?
Well, I wish you the best, Mark. Thank you very much for the insight and giving us an update. And please do keep us posted on your fight. And I hope you know that we support you. The media supports you. Everything that you say, we all want a cleaner sport. So I wish you the best. Good luck. And I hope that you get what you want.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. All I want is a fair go. That's all I want. Thanks very much for your time, guys. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon. There he is, Mark Hunt, stopping by. Again, maybe a little less upset, maybe a little less emotional, but the same message and no resolution 3 months later. We'll see what happens. The Brock Lesnar is still going to get his day in court, so to speak, his day in front of the Nevada Athletic Commission. It doesn't sound like Mark is too confident that anything will come of that. And even if it does come of that, who's getting that money? If he does get a penalty, who's getting that money? And that's another issue. Our fighter is going to stop paying that money. You see what's happened with Nick Diaz. You see what's happened with Conor McGregor. What kind of a system do we have in place if punishments are being handed out and fighters no longer respect those punishments, right? So disappointing stuff. I'm sure the fans in Melbourne would have loved to have Mark Hunt on that card. Some unfortunate news coming through the wire here. A 7.3 magnitude earthquake striking off the coast of Japan. So I do hope that everyone is okay. Don't have more information there, but I saw that just now on Twitter. That is definitely alarming. So that does it for today's interviews. Mr. New York Rick, have you recovered?
What do you mean recovered?
From the BJ Penn news.
No, I mean, we're already locked in for this.
Well, I know that you were putting on a brave face.
No, it's brave face. We're ready.
Okay.
We're ready.
Just a few more things I wanted to hit before we go. Do I have time?
Yeah, hit those. Also,
yeah,
people submitted what they're thankful for.
I know. I remember.
Those.
Jeez,
Come on.
I remember. Mitrione Fedor. You're not in favor of it, correct?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't have any interest in seeing Fedor fight.
Wow.
I don't think he's very good anymore.
But you want to see BJ Penn fight Yair Rodriguez?
You have to do this to me?
What can you say?
First of all, I don't think BJ, being real for 1 second, I really don't think BJ and Fedor are in the same spot. I just have no interest in seeing Fedor. He got manhandled by Fabio Maldonado. That tells me everything I need to know about where Fedor is at right now. Don't really need to see him fight Matt Mitrione, who I think will blow the doors off.
Okay. I disagree. I like the fight very much, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It feels to me like Bellator is turning the corner. They've come a long way from the first quarter of this year. It's feeling a lot more like the vision of Scott Coker is coming to play. Part of that vision, signing the likes of Kimbo Slice Jr., they have had this issue where they sign these names who maybe aren't qualified to be fighting on the biggest stage possible, and they falter, perhaps because they're on a big stage. I don't know. Kimbo Slice Jr., Baby Slice, Kevin Ferguson Jr. loses in his Bellator debut on Saturday, actually showed a more well-rounded arsenal than his father, his late father, but ended up getting tapped.
Let me go back for 1 second.
Yeah.
Before we get to Kimbo Slice Jr. Why are you in on Fedor? Like, how is this different than the end of, let's say, Shogun's career or Dan Henderson's career? Like, how is this a guy that we still want to see trotted out there when he's getting slapped around by a bottom-tier light heavyweight in Fabio Maldonado, who really is like a middleweight?
You know, I guess there was a long break in between fights. He's not getting, knocked out cold in 10 seconds, like, OSP knocking out Shogun.
I think not getting knocked out cold has actually been not in his favor because he got
Maybe.
Manhandled. Look, my attitude toward Fedor is his legacy is secured. I'm sure there are people who still want to see him fight, just like all the legends that we discuss. But I feel like there's a bit of a disparity in the way people treat him versus people in the UFC who are on the losing end of some one-sided beatdowns. Fedor has not looked good. Let's call
his last loss was in 2011. Now I know he has not fought a who's who. I do agree with you. I do agree with you that people are always very afraid of criticizing Fedor.
Yeah.
And they hold him in the highest of regards. They treat him like he's a god, to be honest. And everyone's a fanboy for him. The fighters are fanboys for him. The fans are obviously fanboys. The media is. Everyone treats him like he's on a whole other level. And I think you have GSP who looked giddy next to him, you know, taking pictures. So for some reason, people, obviously his record and his resume speaks for itself. But I think that just continues. Shogun, while incredibly respected, amazing career, Hall of Famer, not held in the same regard.
Maybe that's it. But I'm a little concerned that people are so quick to throw him in more fights. He's not that guy anymore.
But Matt Mitrione, not
no
Cain Velasquez or Stipe Miocic,
and also probably not as young as we think. He got a later start in the sport, and
also maybe like when they were talking about signing with the UFC not that long ago on this show, like I feel like that's kind of the fight that the UFC would have put him in. No,
I'm not that up for it. Yeah. Even if it was the UFC, I mean, I just don't. Look, it's going to do well. I think it's the right move for the organization. I personally don't have any interest in seeing Fedor fight anymore. I've seen that last fight showed me everything I needed to see. That I'm out on this.
I don't think it's as big of a deal as you're making it out. But look, I certainly respect your position. Okay, so let me move along. Kimbo Slice Jr. loses. We will see him back. First fight, pro fight, Bellator debut. Take a chill. He'll be back.
Yeah.
The GSP tweets. Nothing really to see there. He was there to corner his buddy.
He's
Francis
been at
Crumble.
Bellator events before.
It did feel like he was making a point to tweet out Bellator MMA and Spike TV. I mean, he tweeted more on Saturday night than he's tweeted like in the last year. But there's really no news on GSP, to be honest, which is a bummer. But I know some people are getting all excited and thinking that, okay, this is a sign that he has signed with Scott Coker and Bellator. That is not the case.
No.
As I talked about with Owen Roddy, the Billy strut has been sweeping the nation. Who, in your opinion, has pulled it off the best?
That's a good question. I mean, it's hard to say because I don't think any of them are particularly good. I think Conor McGregor's the only one who's doing it any justice.
Yes.
Everybody else is a very poor imitation of an imitation. But I liked Odell Beckham Jr.'s actually because it wasn't this planned thing where he went into a celebration after he scored a touchdown. He was walking over to his post-fight interview, and it wasn't something that was caught on the camera. It was caught by somebody in the stands, and he just broke into it. It seemed like stream of consciousness. Like he was just walking regularly and then went into it. I liked Odell Beckham's, but to be honest, I mean, leave it to Conor. Leave it to Conor.
I think it is funny to just see how much bigger it's getting.
Caught on.
I mean, Justin Bieber doing it with Neymar and like Terry Bradshaw's doing it on Fox.
I think it jumped the shark the day after.
It's become the Macarena.
Way worse.
So I'm looking forward to seeing. I didn't expect this. This is crazy. And I have to be honest, like not patting myself on the back. I think I'm one of the first people to actually notice that he was doing it. I was like, oh, he's doing it. I mean, I remember tweeting it, and I remember not a lot of people noticing it. Now, I'm not just taking all the credit here, but maybe just a little bit of the credit. I'll say this. My favorite so far has been Marc Gasol because all those other people were doing it in sort of, non-pressure situations. He hits the game-winning 3, and he does it on the court as he's running back, and then he doubles down with the tweet. I'd like to apologize to absolutely nobody with the link to the video.
That's fair.
That's pretty amazing.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty amazing. So Marc Gasol, in my opinion, has done it the best thus far, but I'm looking forward to seeing who does it next. Gegard Mousasi, who should he fight next? Rockhold, Jacare, Anderson, none of the above.
All of the above? Just give him anybody.
Next. Or the goat that his brother is eating for.
I'd say Jacare.
Jacare.
What do you
I like
like?
Jacare 3, by the way. I also really like Rockhold. But then what do you do with Jacare?
Wait. If they do, are you saying if they put Rockhold?
Sorry, I meant Rockhold Mousasi, not Rockhold 3. Rockhold Mousasi, I like that very much, but then what do you do with Jacare?
And that's the question. Middleweight is a mess. It's hard, and somebody's going to kind of be out in the cold. I don't know. I like any of those three in a matchup. However it shakes out.
Do you agree with me that, let's just take the Neil Series situation. Makes weight. Ian McCall doesn't show up. By the way, I've reached out to Ian McCall. They didn't want to talk this week. I still think he's recovering. But Siri makes weight, finds out that McCall is not going to fight. Do you agree with me that in that situation, not only does Neil Siri deserve the show money, he deserves the win money because that money was already allocated to one of those fighters, and McCall's not getting show or win. So especially Siri, who doesn't have a big contract, he deserves it. And of course, he deserves the Reebok money because if he had any other sponsor at that point, the Friday before the fight, he's getting the money. He's been wearing the gear all week. He's been, tweeting about whatever. He's getting paid. So do you agree with me that not only does he deserve him, in this case, Neil Siri, but we've seen other fighters in this case as well, show, win, and sponsor money?
Win money, no.
Why?
Sponsor money, yes.
Why?
And win money, no, for the simple reason that the system is what's broken there. The way that payments are made. If the show and win are still the system and the way it's done, then no, he does not deserve win money. He should negotiate for getting his show money up front, and that's the only way it should be done. You cannot get a win bonus for not winning. It's not. I understand that the funds were allocated, but in this case,
they were already going to pay someone. They're not losing out.
I get it, but he didn't win.
Oh, come on.
No, you can't.
But actually, he did win. He wins via forfeit.
No.
Yes, the guy didn't show up. If you show up to a fight at the playground,
that's
4 o'clock.
That's what show money is for.
Ah, come on.
That's what show money is for.
What the heck?
I don't think that's the best. I don't think that's the best way to do it.
Well, first of all, you know how I feel. There should be no win show money. They should just get paid.
Exactly. And in that
case, he would just get paid.
Yes.
He would get paid. If he was making 10 and 10, he would just get 20.
I am all for that. But as the system is currently constructed, he should not get win money. I apologize to everybody who's in this scenario, but he should not get win money.
That's messed up.
Sponsorship money.
You know what that money is to them? That's a spit in the bucket. You know the sponsorship money is $5,000. The Reebok money. He agreed to
a contract. He could have lost that fight and not gotten it either way.
But he didn't. He showed up.
And he didn't win it either. So therefore, he gets none.
Ah, that is crazy.
He should get his sponsorship money. As you indicated, that money should be paid out beforehand, regardless of whether he competes in the contest or not. And also, he should get a win, not a win, a UFC appearance, quote unquote, added to his Reebok deal.
Wait a second, but he didn't fight. You're saying, what the heck? You're saying that he didn't win.
He appeared.
But he didn't actually fight.
He appeared.
Give him the win money. Come on.
He showed. Nope, sorry. I can't budge on that.
That's crazy to me.
And I don't it's not because I'm trying to be unsympathetic.
You are.
But the system is constructed the way it is. You cannot get a bonus for simply showing. That's what the show money is for.
That is just madness.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we're talking about nothing. The guy showed up. He made the weight. He was going to fight. They sold tickets off his name. They sold tickets off his name.
If they say to him, I'm going to pay you a bonus, and it's equivalent to what your win money would have been, or more than what your win money would have been, I am all for it. I'm advocating for it. Great. Go. Do it. But he is not entitled to a win bonus without winning.
I think he is.
Unfortunately.
He showed up to the dance. The other guy didn't. He wins by forfeit.
And got a show money.
That is crazy to me. I don't understand anyone who can argue that.
I'm sorry.
My respect for you has gone down immeasurably.
It's a negative now.
Yes. Jesus. Are you kidding me?
No.
He deserves his win money, and you're right. That whole system is flawed.
Yeah.
And this is one of the reasons why it's flawed.
Yeah.
These guys are professionals. They're coming to fight. They're coming to win. Enough with the extra incentive, the bonus. Enough with that. Right?
Bonuses can be given independent of this system. You can still have somebody agree to a contract and agree to a fight number, and then give them a bonus on top of that. It doesn't have to be tied to their winning. It could be tied to great performances, like the performance bonuses are done now, but you could do that with more. And the UFC has done that. They have discretionary bonuses.
Discretionary bonuses are the stupidest thing in the world.
It's just not...
No, this is how you hold the fighters by the balls. Oh, if you don't do this, I'm not going to give you your locker room bonus.
Well, I mean, there's
discretionary bonuses were one of the worst things in MMA back in the day.
We're describing multiple things here.
And by the way, they don't exist anymore.
They can still argue for a fair they can still argue for a fair wage. They can sign a contract for an amount that they feel is fair, whether they win or lose, and then still get a bonus on top of that.
Just give the guy his win bonus. I mean, come on.
Can't.
What are you trying
Not in
to
this
say?
case.
Okay,
Nope.
so you probably agree with this notion of, okay, this punishment that Roy Nelson has received, where he gets 9 months. Okay, not only does he get 9 months, if he apologizes publicly in a press conference or on some, like, I don't know, Fight Pass special, it gets reduced to 6 months. What the heck is this? You agree with this, right?
No, I think this
is the Brazilian
ridiculous.
Commission.
Now, it's good that he has a way to reduce his penalty.
It's a weird thing because we all agree that Jason Hyde didn't deserve to get fired.
Yes.
But you shouldn't touch the referee.
No.
I just don't really understand, like, the whole public. I mean, what is this?
But
it's a mockery.
So do you think that the current penalty is fair?
I don't hate 6 to 9 months, maybe 6. I don't hate it, because he'd probably he's going to fight in a span of 6 months. He's typically, an active fighter. Most fighters do. I don't hate that.
You just hate the stipulation that it's dependent upon.
Well, I think you're trying to embarrass him.
Yeah.
I think you're trying to make a mockery of the whole thing.
I agree with that.
You do.
But I just don't. I don't think that you can touch a referee regardless. You just can't.
Of course, you can't advocate for that. I mean,
No.
I said that. I said
there has to be some.
Hyde didn't deserve.
Yeah.
His release, and a year suspension I thought was hefty. But yeah, you can't touch. And then flip him off and do all this stuff. It's just like the public apology thing that I think is weird.
Yeah.
The Brazilian Commission saying that Courtney Casey faked the kick. The kick that was thrown by Claudia Gadelha, that she faked it and it was unsportsmanlike.
This is amazing.
Okay, so it was a little tough to see, but what do you think? Did it land or did it not land?
Doesn't matter.
It was the intention,
completely irrelevant.
The intent, and also we've seen punches kind of graze and actually be very impactful. So what if she grazed her? It could hurt in the heat of a moment.
It's the intention. That was an illegal kick.
Yeah.
And whether it landed, came close to landing, skimmed her hair, it doesn't matter. That can't be allowed. Now, there's a difference in this scenario because the fight was stopped for that moment. There's a difference in this scenario than somebody who just misses an illegal strike and it doesn't connect and there's no stoppage in action. Excuse me. If you're on the ground and I throw a kick at your head from all the way across the cage and I miss by 3 feet, clearly I had bad intentions there, but you can't penalize that because it just wasn't in the realm of possibility of landing. In this case, the fight was stopped to analyze this, and the intention is what matters. This whole thing about it didn't land is silliness. There was real potential for bad action there.
A point should have been taken away.
No, it stopped for that long for what was at the time deemed an illegal kick. You have
Right.
to take a point there.
Yeah, it was bizarre. There was another instance on Saturday where I thought a point should have been taken away and it wasn't. I think it was in a Bellator fight. I don't remember. Maybe even the Kimbo Slice fight, to be honest. But now I don't remember. Too much has happened. But I agree. I thought it was a weird response, and it was bizarre. It really was. I don't think she was faking. I mean, heat of the moment, who knows?
Even if she is faking, that's not the point.
That's a big accusation to make, though, from a commission.
For sure.
To say that someone was being unsportsmanlike.
It's like the NBA with penalizing you for flopping.
Yeah, weird. Congratulations to Wales, 2 Welsh fighters picking up their first wins in the UFC, Brett Johns and Jack Marshman. A lot of you wanted to hear from them on the show, asked me to give respect to Wales. Respect to Wales. Brett Johns officially the first Welshman to win in the UFC, and then later on the same card, Jack Marshman picking up a win as well. So I know the people of Wales very excited about this. Also, congratulations to Carrie Ann Taylor Melendez. I think I'm getting that right. It's a very tough name to remember, especially where does the dash go? The wife of one Gilbert Melendez. She wins her Bellator debut, her Bellator MMA debut, I should say, because she's won in kickboxing. And it was a pretty vicious finish, I must say.
It was. She looked very good. And I thought she looked good in her. The problem in her kickboxing bouts wasn't that she didn't look good. It was that her opponents were clearly overmatched. She's fantastic.
Yeah. Lorenz Larkin is a free agent. As I said, your prediction, does he re-sign with UFC or does he go to, say, Bellator or someone else?
I don't know. I don't know if those are...
How much interest do you have in Lorenz Larkin in this story?
I don't think Lorenz Larkin is in the realm of a Benson or the guy who commands...
Not even Ryan Bader, fair to say?
No, not quite. I think to be honest, I think Lorenz Larkin is a more exciting fighter than both of them. I just don't think he has the appeal and the drawing power that they do. So I'm not sure that Bellator is going to open up the purse strings for him in a way that the UFC wouldn't be willing to. I think he's kind of one of those guys you want to keep if you're the UFC. So I don't know if they just let him walk out. I think we may end up with an Aljamain Sterling type situation where he tests the waters and then ultimately ends up back in the UFC.
Okay. You know what? I was actually thinking of Aljamain when thinking about him. Aljamain may be a higher ceiling, younger, but it feels similar. It feels similar.
Yeah.
There's a Cowboy Cerrone video that is surfacing. Fake or not?
Fake.
100%? I reached out to his manager.
I believe he's filming a movie, and that was prosthetic.
I got the emoji of the guy thinking.
Yeah, that's probably not real then.
Samantha Diaz cutting her hair before the Invicta weigh-ins to make weight. This has gone viral.
Yeah.
Our own Esther Lynn cutting said hair. It was picked up by ESPNW, Allure, and many other outlets.
Yep.
Why didn't you assist in the haircut?
I was not there.
You were not there.
I don't think I would be qualified.
I mean, it's just chopping hair. We're just trying to make weight at this point.
I know the importance of, having luscious locks and treating them properly. I'm not qualified. Esther did a great job.
Did you speak to her afterwards?
About the hair? No.
Like, does she regret it? Was it worth it?
Because she ended up losing, you're saying?
No, I just mean it's hair. It takes a long time to grow back.
Yeah, I mean, she wanted to make weight. She's a gamer. That was her pro debut. So
you don't want to give up the percentage, right?
You gotta do it.
Yeah. I felt bad for her. I mean, she handled it like a pro, and I must say, Esther's skill is cutting hair.
Esther, I would trust Esther to cut my hair.
You could tell she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
Ward Kovalev, who won?
I had Kovalev, but the people crying robbery are absolutely nuts.
You see, I can't really weigh in on the score because it was all happening at the same time. I mean, Bader's coming out, Chandler's fighting Benson, Ward.
But after the first 1 minute of Bader, you could turn that one off.
All right. Well, what did you do, by the way?
I was watching Kovalev Ward
on the big screen.
Yeah.
So you were all in on that?
Yes.
Not Chandler Benson?
Kovalev Ward. Are you serious right now?
I'm 100% serious. I cover mixed martial arts.
That is a way bigger fight.
Come on. Don't be one of those. Now you're just being like a hipster from Williamsburg.
That's what I watched. I opted for it. It's the bigger fight.
You didn't go like PIP or computer, phone, nothing?
I've canceled.
You have no cable?
No.
How do you watch anything?
You have to do it digitally. You have to order it and then Chromecast it.
You're one of those cord cutters?
Cord cutter.
Ugh. The dregs of society.
Well, I'm sorry. Not all of us are making that Ariel Hawani money.
You know
we can't be sitting
Direct
there
TV,
with
baby.
Direct TV with
bang,
the NFL
bang,
Sunday
bang,
ticket.
bang, bang, bang,
so they
bang.
can pick all
I don't have
32
Sunday
of their favorite NFL
I gladly
teams.
canceled Sunday ticket. I have not watched a single second of NFL action this year. I've watched more CFL action than NFL action. True story.
I'm sure you'll have a Super Bowl favorite that was the favorite running into the season.
I'm all about the Ottawa Red Blacks playing in the Grey Cup this Sunday.
Red Blacks?
Yes, it's a bizarre name.
What?
Let's not get started. They are playing Calgary this Sunday. It's a great thing.
Kovalev Ward, amazing fight.
Yeah.
Ward,
rematch, instant rematch, immediate.
You have to rematch that. Ward is Kovalev's power was on display, and I think we can all see that was legitimate at this point. And that even if a defensive guy like Andre Ward gets caught with it, he's pretty special. But Ward just being able to kind of find ways to win and hang in fights, he's a magnificent. Like I said on Twitter that he's an artist. It's the only way I could describe it. Ward's skills are bonkers.
Rapid fire here. I know I'm going over. I'm sorry. There's just so much going on. CM Punk fighting in the UFC again. Buy or sell?
Buy.
Rashad Evans fighting again. Buy or sell?
Buy.
Oh, interesting. Look at you. Tim Kennedy, Kelvin Gastelum. Buy or sell?
From what perspective? Do I like the fight?
Yeah.
That kind of buy? Buy. Like that fight.
Why not?
There's good heat there. This is the guy. This is the guy who cost my teammate a fight. I'm gonna get the revenge. I love that.
All right, fair enough. There was one more that I had, and then all of a sudden, my friend Mo Liebman wrote to me on GChat, and I completely forgot what it was. Darn it. Okay, I'll give you one more.
Yeah.
Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Yep.
Does he hate me, or was he just tired by yourself?
Okay.
What do you think? Tell us what happened behind the scenes.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
You're inviting Khabib next week already.
No ban, right? I knew you were going to
No.
mention that. You know
Ban.
what? This is how
Ban.
much I like Khabib. I'm extending the olive branch, Habibi. Okay, salam alaikum, inshallah. Come on the show. Let's talk. Let's end this. We have to show the world that Jews and Muslims can come together. Okay, loyalty, my friend, loyalty.
We'll see. I'm not a fan of the pre-show. Not even pre-show. During show cancellation. That's ban-worthy in my opinion.
That was kind of. I mean, it was a little bit weak.
It's not
wasn't
the best
it?
way to do it.
Yeah.
But anything else about Khabib?
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's personal, or do you believe him that he's tired?
I think he's sick of talking. I think
He hasn't said a word.
I think it may be.
And where's Tony Ferguson, for God's sake?
I think it may be a combination of oh yeah, Tony Ferguson. What's he doing? He's in a hole somewhere. He's got to crawl out.
Trust me, I have tried. Okay, one last thing before we get to Thanksgiving. I just wanted to weigh in on the Mayweather thing for a second. And I know it's a very complex story, but this is all that I wanted to say because I was on the Dan Patrick show last week, which was a great thrill. We were talking about it on the beat. We were, I was talking about it on Twitter. Everyone's been weighing in. And my main point when it comes to the whole Mayweather-McGregor talk was, and notice the tweet, even Steve Cofield, who's like the classic instigator who wants to start all this stuff. Notice the tweet. Monday after the show last week, I got a tweet from someone who said, I can't believe you didn't talk to John Kavanaugh about Mayweather. And honestly, it didn't even cross my mind. That's how I think of these things. And I said, well, actually, I think I was doing good journalism by not speaking about it today. And my whole point was that all these talking heads who spent all that time on Monday, less than 48 hours after his historic win, big moment for the sport, big moment for the UFC, big moment for Conor, of course, that, these people just didn't quite understand how to put his accomplishment into context. They don't know what it means to be a two-weight world champion in the UFC. They probably don't know that it was the first time that something like this had ever been done. They don't know what it means to dismantle Eddie Alvarez like that. So the thing that's easiest for them to talk about is how would he do against Floyd Mayweather? They did it with Ronda. They're doing it with Conor. They didn't know what it meant for Ronda to annihilate these women in seconds. So they just talk about the freak show fight, the fight that, gets clicks and ratings and blah, 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 whatever you want to say. That was my point. I actually don't believe it's the craziest idea ever. I think that Conor has proven that if he wants something, he will get it. I think that in this new age of, WME leading the way, that they will explore it. I think that the networks will explore it. I think that there are 1,000 hurdles to overcome between now and then. I'm not here to say that this is insane, impossible. Nothing's impossible anymore in this new world that we live in. All I was saying was, can we at least enjoy what just happened, talk about it, digest it, break it down, dissect it, celebrate it without going to the low-hanging fruit on the Monday after the victory? That was my point. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it's ludicrous, though.
It is ludicrous. It's not going to, it's so far-fetched. I want to see Khabib in there. I want to see Aldo in there. I want to see Edgar in there. It doesn't actually interest me because I can tell you how the story ends. We know boxing, Floyd, MMA, Conor. My only point was to say anyone who's talking about this on the Monday should be ashamed of yourself because you don't really know anything about MMA. You can't appreciate MMA. You're not taking the time to actually understand what this means. It's lazy. And by the way, if there was any sort of talk of it happening, then you could talk about it. If there was any movement, then you could talk about it. If there was a greater chance of it happening, then you could talk about it. But that was not the case on Monday of last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's not the case. Nothing's changed. You heard it from Owen on the show earlier. So that's what I was talking about. In December and January, dead week, fine. Play fantasy matchmaker. If something moves, if someone talks about it, if there's actual, concrete information to discuss, great. But I think a lot of these people just exposed that while we have come a long way, while we're in New York, MSG, all that stuff, we still have a very, very, very long way to go as far as the media, the mainstream media, understanding and appreciating what is mixed martial arts.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. That's my take on that. Final thing, what are we thankful for in MMA? Let's hear some of our great submissions.
We're going to run through these relatively quickly.
Okay.
MMA Hour itself. We got a lot of these. And
well,
thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Look at that smiley face. Or is it a wink? I can't see anything.
Winky face.
It's a wink and a smile. Even better. Thank you.
You, Ariel Helwani.
Me, personally.
We've gotten that a lot.
Sandesh Karki with a turkey in his name. How about that?
Not the only one, but
I
thank
love you.
Me, New York
come
Rick.
on. You had to include that.
We got a few of these
person,
too.
Just one. Kevin. I mean,
Shout
can we get a name?
Nah, not just the homie Kev. Not just the homie Kev.
Okay.
Others as well.
Is this your friend?
Love you all. Don't know him, but
Okay.
he's the homie, obviously.
He's the homie. And by the way, the reason we're doing this, if you don't know, it's Thanksgiving on Thursday here in the United States.
Danny, a lot of people also said this. All the info that MMA Hour, MMA Fighting, MMA Media in general provide before the news is announced, they appreciate the service of the MMA media, but this site, this show, all that.
But I thought we ruined the surprise by saying it first. Isn't that what we were told? We ruined the surprise.
Red Panty Nights.
Just in general.
Just in general. Josh Sanchez.
He's having a good time.
The Billy Strut becoming a thing.
Wow.
Now
See, this is someone that actually likes it.
I'm not thankful for this. This is over.
It has already jumped the shark.
Hale Gill. This guy on Instagram put out some really good entries to the Rick's Ticks 205.
Okay.
A fighter himself, if I'm remembering correctly. Thankful for MMA being one thing he can get away from all the drama going on in life.
Oh,
that's a cool one.
Yes, the escape valve that is sports.
James, thankful for the roller coaster of emotions that MMA puts him through.
Huh.
Always keeps him on the edge of his seat. Yep. TC, Tony C. Never-ending carousel of entertainment from the first fight on an amateur card to a UFC main event at MSG. The whole thing. Watching every fight. Loves them. Can't get enough MMA. The chaos. I think there's a few of us in this boat. I love the chaos of MMA.
The unpredictability.
Yeah, the unpredictability. Anything can happen on any given night.
Like Fedor versus Mitrione.
That one's going to go one way. Viability of free agency for other organizations, and MMA being legal in New York. Those are two great ones.
That's a very 2016 response.
For sure. This is the year. We're in 2016.
I know. I'm just saying some other responses you could have said in 2004. But
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, very timely. Another 2016 response. Same day weigh-ins.
Yeah.
We're seeing quality fights. Now,
is that Marker Monday? No.
We're also losing fights, so I'm not sure that it's as great.
There is a great article to be written about how many fights have fallen through since the same day weigh-ins were put in place, as opposed to like the 6 months before.
Yeah, for some that extra time was a burden. For some that extra time actually made all the difference in them being able to make weight or not. So we'll see how that one shakes out.
It's like a revelation for the guy.
Yeah. Thankful for USADA leveling the playing field. We just have Mark Hunt coming in talking about
and Lyoto Machida.
Jeez. Talking about USADA's efforts, but I think we get the intention here for sure.
My oh my.
This is sarcastic. Thankful in such a quote unquote barbaric sport that there are so many humble, kind, and intelligent fighters. I know this is something you've mentioned many times, how accessible and nice and genuine the fighters are in this sport. Camaraderie from PD and Gia. Here we see Nate Diaz, and we're showing a picture of Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor after their fight. MMA. He's saying that MMA is sometimes written off as barbaric or trashy, or what the last person alluded to. But there's real camaraderie in the sport. There's a lot of respect and dignity.
Are PD and Gia two different people, or
I don't know. And I've seen this name from my Sherdog days. Now this is going back.
Classic.
I used to go on the Sherdog forums. A long
one
time
of those.
ago. Not anymore. I've since stopped.
You're no longer a degenerate. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I know. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Sherdog forums are still a good place.
They are great. I used to go on there under a fake name, posting all my interviews, and then they banned me. By the way.
Well, I mean,
a sign of things to come.
You're easy to sniff out. Like you're too obvious.
I'm like, hey, check out this great interview.
Look at this Ariel Helwani guy with this great interview. But I've seen PD and Gia around for a long time. He's a big fan of the sport, and he's very much about the martial arts, and I think he appreciates that aspect of it.
And by the way, isn't it funny that in other sports, like they just play basketball and you'll never see them hug like that and at the press conferences and stuff after a hard-fought battle? But in MMA, all the time, it's like you see the main event and the guy, the two fighters, the winner, loser. I think
there's just something, it's instinctual. They're locked in a cage together, and there's something very removed about other sports. You're shooting the ball through the hoop, and it's kind of the thing that Joe Rogan has always said about how primal and raw. Raw. I said that so,
wow, New York.
That so weird.
You said that very New York-like.
Yeah, and how raw the sport is. Return of Japanese MMA silliness with Ryzen, Sapp, Gabby Garcia, Baruto, Crazy Horse et al. So essentially, Ryzen leading the charge in Japanese MMA returning. The return of the sweater.
Yes,
sweater of
I was wondering.
Glorious Victory or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Fedor's.
You're not.
This is nonsense to me. I think it's 1 of 1 though, which is kind of cool.
Yes. There it is.
I don't think that there's any way for them to find a copy of this sweater, because I'm sure people have tried.
It also feels like the kind of sweater, or looks like the kind of sweater that would disintegrate, after being worn too much, fall apart. But it has actually
It's held up nicely.
Yeah, maybe he's got a few. Maybe that's the big secret behind
That's
the
his
sweater.
thing. He's like Homer.
Yeah.
He has a closet full. And now this was the number 1 answer by a country mile, is everybody is thankful for notorious MMA Conor McGregor.
Yes.
We're not going to show everybody who said this. This was just the first one. But there were 10,000 people who were thankful for Conor McGregor.
Wow.
And then the rest are just people. So we're just going to run through them quickly.
Yes.
Joanna. Jordan Meehan coming out of retirement.
Wow.
Now this one was prescient. This person was thankful that New York Rick will get to see BJ Penn fight again, hopefully. And now, unfortunately, I'm not that thankful.
But this is before the announcement, right? 12:38. Wow.
But I'm not thankful on how that shook out.
Okay.
Freaks of nature like Yoel Romero, bomb droppers like Rumble, and BJJ gods like Damian Maia. Holloway, McGregor, and Hunt, thankful for how they fight, representing their nations. CM Punk.
Wow.
Paige Van Zandt. Vitor Belfort, Rich Franklin, Evan Tanner. This person is thankful. Janelle is thankful that she got to see Eddie Alvarez win the lightweight belt in Las Vegas, no matter how New York turned out. Misha Tate. Dan Hendo.
And by the way, I'm not laughing at Misha Tate. There was a little smiley face there, so much respect to Misha Tate.
Dan Hendo and all the achievements he had in his career. Demetrius Johnson.
Yes.
Small guys don't get much love, but he's the pound-for-pound best.
Coming back very soon.
Another Ronda fight, so thankful for Ronda Rousey. Anderson Silva, thankful for the greatest of all time. Fighters like Donald Cerrone, who will fight anyone no matter what. Thankful for the fact that Dominic Cruz was active, healthy, and winning, and able to defend his title. Thankful for Stipe Miocic, UFC heavyweight champion. Karolina Kowalkiewicz.
Yes.
Wish we could all be so calm and serene during a fight. The thing where she goes up against the cage and just looks like she's completely disengaged from the fight is incredible.
Yeah.
Brittany Palmer.
Yes.
Until Silva and Hall comes our way, a striking battle between those two, the answer is Brian Stan. Now, I don't know why those would be dependent upon each other, but thankful for Brian Stan. Megan O'Leary and the crazy upsets of 2016. Coach Kavanaugh changed the face of MMA in Ireland. I think there's a few people responsible for that, him included. Thankful, Devin Sawa says, thankful for Luke Thomas calling people donks. Somebody's got to do it.
True
story. And that's it for all our Twitter responses to people being thankful. Thank you for being thankful. Thank you for sharing those with us.
And you? Tell me what you said earlier. Come on.
Nothing.
I'm
thankful for absolutely nothing.
I said to New York Rick, okay, end of the show, I want to say what we're thankful for. He says, nothing. I hate MMA. True words.
I don't remember saying I hate MMA, but something to that effect.
Why? Why are you so cynical?
You know what?
You're down on the sport right now.
I'm not down on the sport right now, but there's too much right now. I'm getting too much.
Overkill? It was overkill, those 12 hours?
You can't be thankful if you don't miss something.
Yeah.
You can't be thankful if you get it at all times. There's too much access to MMA. There's too much MMA. There's not enough high-level MMA. I'm seeing too much of it. I can't be thankful because all I'm seeing is this one constant stream. Give me a little separation. I need to miss MMA, and then I will be thankful for MMA.
What a depressing way to end this. I mean, such a happy note.
Contrary to what people believe, and this may shock,
yes,
I really am thankful for Conor McGregor. That really was my answer.
No, I like the other answer better.
That was my first reaction, but my second reaction upon thinking about it is
no, you can't have two.
It's Conor McGregor. He's completely changed this sport. The way I'm saying that everything is monotonous right now and too much, he's doing everything differently than everybody else. He's the bright, shining example of what needs to be done in this sport.
Oh, great. Now Khabib's never going to come on the show.
I'm thankful for Conor McGregor. And I still think Khabib beats him.
By the way, you can't say you're thankful for nothing and then actually pick a fighter. I mean, it doesn't work that way.
Thank you to Conor McGregor.
I will thank, I don't know if I will thank, but I'll say I'm thankful for the fans of this great sport who have been so kind to me and open their arms to me and are just so damn nice every time I see them. And of course, I'll never forget what you did for me after 199. So this year, I am thankful for the fans. New York Rick hates you, but I love you and respect you and appreciate you. And especially those who tune into this show each and every week.
I am also thankful for those that tune into the show. But anybody who doesn't, anybody who doesn't, I don't like.
Yes. You'd like to apologize
to nobody.
Yes, there it is. All right, we are done. You can hit my music. I'm sorry for going long. But people want longer, by the way. There's actually been a poll. I need to do this poll. I've been doing polls more on Twitter. I don't know if you noticed this, but I enjoy the polls. And I did one about what's the best card of the weekend. And it got like, I don't know, 11 or 12,000 votes. I was pretty proud of that poll. So I may do more polls. Do you want longer MMA hours? Do you want to go 8 hours long? Is that what you want? Or is it enough? It's probably enough. Lord knows it's enough. But we had a lot to discuss this week. 4 events, much going on. Still the glow of 205 hanging over our lovely heads. So it was fun. Khabib didn't show up, but you know what? We had a great time without him. And I will bend the rules this once, even though I'm in the right and he's in the wrong. I will bend the rules just once and not impose the ban. I'm trying to send a message to Nevada and USADA for saying, look, you don't always have to ban people, all right? You don't always have to punish, all right? That's the message here. It's the holidays. It's Thanksgiving. Let's all ease up a little bit. Thank you very much to Matt Mitrione. Congrats on getting the fight. Good luck to you as well. Thank you very much to Lyoto Machida. Wish you the best. I'm sorry to hear what happened, but I appreciate him coming on and talking about it. Thank you very much to Rowdy Owen Roddy. If you have not seen those video blogs, I do suggest you check them out. Congrats on the win. Thank you very much to Tim Kennedy. Wow, how about that? Always interesting with Tim Kennedy. Appreciate his time as well. Thank you very much to Gegard Mousasi. Congratulations on the big win. Thank you very much to CM Punk. Big news as well. Very much appreciate his time. And thank you very much to Mark Hunt, Manny Gamburyan, and Ali Abdelaziz for joining us on today's show. Best of luck to you, Mark Hunt. We support you. Back next week, same time and place. Till this day. Peace. Somebody out.